which are even better. The Valve put out to market in the way that they did is almost unbelievable. If you haven't picked one up yet, then I really cannot recommend it more highly. It is just it's incredible. The Yakuza franchise is one of my white whales. I look at it from afar, being like, one day I will experience that. But it's hard because to do so properly means starting at the beginning, Yakuza 0, and then going right through the series for what, like 400 hours of gameplay? I wish to God I had the time to do that, but sadly I simply do not. I tried Lost Judgment, and that did not go well. As the like ratio and comment section on that video will attest, when I didn't like that game, people were like, you just don't like RGG games, bro. And I'm like, no, that can't be right. The characters, the storytelling, the melodrama, the approach to open world structure and exploration, the playfulness and invention brought to bear in each new iteration, surely RGG games were for me, right? Well, Like a Dragon Ishin was the moment when I finally got to click with an RGG game in just the way I always knew I would. It's a standalone story, so I was free to enter it without having to play anything prior, and the clever reuse of characters and voice actors with superimposed on a feudal Japanese setting and cast allowed me to experience many of the unforgettable personalities that define the broad series. I really love the characterization and storytelling on display here. It's centered on this paramilitary organization that Kiryu, aka Ryoma, joins in his quest for vengeance. You carefully pick your way through this body, separating friend from foe, until you eventually get swept up in a broader battle for the very soul of Japan, in a moment when the nation considers its isolationist policy and its sovereignty, the threat of economic colonization from foreign powers, all set against the backdrop of the end of the shogunate and a revolution of the people. It is a fascinating moment in Japanese history, brought to life with all the color and melodrama that RGG games are known for. And not for nothing, but it's also just a really great video game. It was originally released back in 2014 before many of the Western open-world RPG design approaches were set in stone. And as such, it has its own very unique and far more interesting approach to things like discovery, itemization, and progression. You can go the entire game without discovering near vital weapon techniques or upgrades because the game doesn't hold your hand and lead you to them, and that is awesome. I really love this, and while I know I'll probably never get the time to go all in on the Yakuza franchise, I'm just glad that I got to experience this weird little slice of it. The shooter genre has grown a little stale over these past few years. Sure, there have been plenty of releases, but outside of battle royales and extraction shooters, we haven't seen a lot of innovation in the shooter space. Franchises like Halo, Battlefield, and Siege have kind of stalled, continuing to service their existing player bases without really offering anything new. Well, speaking of Battlefield, a bunch of former DICE devs left the studio and formed Embark. Clearly, they were restless with the state of the genre too, because their first game was the shot in the arm that shooter fans have been waiting for. Finals draws heavy inspiration from the visual stylings of Mirror's Edge, another DICE game. Here the levels are bright, spacious, urban, a subtle futurism coursing through them that gives them a brilliant sheen while still feeling real and grounded. The level design is a standout, with gameplay focused on verticality and parkour, with various pathways through the levels that promote momentum and pace. And if you do find yourself stuck somewhere, you can just blow a hole through the wall, because the standout feature of the finals is its utterly incomparable approach to level destruction. This is new technology developed by Embark, tracking destruction on the server side, meaning that it reduces visual and geometry inconsistencies for players as they're watching this destruction unfold. That allowed Embark to be way more ambitious with this destruction model than any other game has been able to pull off. You can collapse entire buildings here, and not just for funsies either, since the destruction is deeply baked into the strategic side of the core gameplay loop. It's disappointing to see Embark employ AI-assisted text-to-speech here, since it adds nothing to the game, and it only leaves out a precedent that's sure to be more broadly adopted in the future, reducing the pay and recognition that voice talent would otherwise receive. That's a complex topic that I spoke about at length in my review, so I won't reiterate it here, but I will say that I really like this stuff, because the plot has a lot going for it, and there's no reason the narrative around it should be dragged down by something so easily remedied. Regardless, this is a fantastic video game, and not since Apex Legends have I been so excited to see a new shooter emerge on the scene. It's free to play, it's on PlayStation, Xbox, and PC. Grab some mates if you can, and take a punt on it. The first time you charge through a load-bearing pillar as a heavy and bring down a building behind you, I guarantee you, you will be hooked. Alright, I know what you're thinking. What the hell is Diablo 4 doing on this list? I Yes, Austin put it there. Right, Austin? No. Damn. All right, it was me. I guess I better explain myself. Let me begin by saying that I do not believe Diablo 4 is perfect. In fact, in my review of it, I highlighted its fairly restrictive talent trees, its unwieldy library of secondary stats, and its scaling open world, which makes sense at the endgame, but absolutely robs you of any feeling of progression during the campaign. At endgame, things got even worse, as itemization was not doing enough heavy lifting to allow for more interesting build diversity, and the endgame grind was far too leveraged into nightmare dungeons that quickly became repetitive. So all of that was true, and some of it remains true to this day, even despite an impressive Season 2 that's done some great work on the endgame grind and itemization front. But here's the thing, I said back then that Diablo 4 was one of the most successful live service looter launches of all time, and I stand by that. You get a campaign that's like 50 hours long, depending on how you approach it. The storytelling was legitimately compelling. Sanctuary had never been darker or more brooding or more massive. The open world was full of public events, side quests, towns, dungeons, and the excellent stronghold encounters, which were a real highlight. I've now leveled 3 characters into the endgame, a necro, a druid, and a rogue, and that means that there's 2 classes I haven't even touched. But more importantly, there are like 4 or 5 different builds within each class that I've not yet explored. This season, I made a penetrating shot rogue. Next season, I could play rogue again, except focused on melee attacks. And the season after that, there are still like 3 other builds that I could choose to run, giving me a whole new way to play this class. I've now put about 150 hours into Diablo 4 across launch and the 2 seasons, and there's still so much more for me to discover within each class, and more things are added to the game each season, including new activities, new seasonal mechanics that can completely upend your build, as well as new legendaries that can do the same. Diablo 4 copped a lot of shit at launch, and sure, a lot of it was deserved, absolutely. But the way I saw it was like, think about how much Blizzard packed in on day 1. Compare that to what was shipped on day 1 with Diablo 3, or even 2 or 1. Compare that to the state of the overwhelming majority of live service looters when they hit the market on day 1. If Diablo 4's day 1 offering was not enough to earn Blizzard at least some recognition, I really think there's something off about the way we evaluate these sorts of games. Personally, and I know it's an unpopular take, but I really do congratulate the Diablo team for what they did here. This game has a long way to go before it's going to make the hardcore fans really happy, but for me, as a casual enjoyer, I'm a little bit in awe of how much Blizzard were able to deliver on day 1, and I'm really bullish on where Diablo 4 is going to end up over the coming months and years, because this was one hell of a starting point.
What have you got, Ivan? Amnesia grows in the red. Because it's like a future. I can feel like
2023 was a competitive year for video games, many genres delivering some absolute best-in-class offerings. However, no genre in 2023 was as stacked as survival horror, which managed to deliver not 1, not 2, but 3 absolutely extraordinary video games. The first was this, the Dead Space remake. First big release of 2023, and a game so excellent that it really set the tone for what the rest of the year had in store for us. Dead Space is, to this day, legendary. Even though we haven't had a new entry since the lamentable Dead Space 3 back in 2013, many people still hold a candle for it as their favorite survival horror game, a genre not lacking in iconic franchises. Dead Space stood apart from the others for its brilliant, terrifying rendition of the USG Ishimura, a planet destroyer turned haunted house in space. There, a suite of horrific enemies awaited their delimbing at the hands of you, Isaac Clarke, who, like Gordon Freeman before him, was a STEM nerd in the wrong place at the wrong time. The foundations of Dead Space were timeless, and so EA Motive were very smart to leave them wholly intact, but on top of that, they made some smart interventions into level design, weapon functionality, encounter design, and quality of life. The result is an experience that is the definitive way to enjoy Dead Space in 2023, and a stark reminder of just how good a job Visceral did with it back in the day. It would be nice to imagine that we'll get a Dead Space 2 remake and potentially a Dead Space 3 that, fixes it. That is sadly very unlikely. Word on the street is that the remake didn't sell a boatload, and with EA Motive working on other projects, this does seem like a one-and-done affair. A real shame, because even after EA's best efforts to delimb the franchise back in 2023, it's still got legs. Here's hoping EA chooses to keep stretching them. Okay, I firmly believe that most people are not aware of just how fucking crazy the visual fidelity that's now being delivered here, it's a little bit shocking to see how much this is capable of. In addition to that, the screen door effect that really dominated the most recent crop of mainstream VR headsets, that's gone now. This not only makes looking at games really good, but it also tears down the barrier to media consumption. Because watching TV or movies on previous headsets kind of sucked owing to how grainy it looked. That's gone now. It's a truly clear image. It's not 4K clear, but it's like 720p to 1080p clear, more than watchable, for sure. What really makes the Meta Quest 3 headset nuts is its mixed reality capabilities. The pass-through cameras installed on this thing are now good enough that you can wear it and move around your environment with confidence. You don't need to take the headset off to see what's going on in the real world. A quick double tap of the side and you're immediately seeing your surroundings. You also don't need to use controllers, since the cameras can see your hands, and you can use various hand gestures to control applications and even type on imaginary floating keyboards. This comparison video shows how far this has come. This is called Piano Vision, and it's a mixed reality app. It's like Guitar Hero meets piano meets real life. This is a person sitting at a real piano, and the headset tells them which key they need to press and when. This is what this looked like on Meta Quest 2. It's basically unusual. Here's what it looks like on Meta Quest 3. This is a guy doing his dishes while wearing his headset, because you're able to bring up and place browser windows anywhere you like in your environment. I've actually done this myself, and it is awesome. Trust me on that. Chores will never be the same. Valve has just released a native Steam Link app for the Meta Quest 3 headset, which gives you unbridled wireless access to the VR library on your PC. And because the Quest 3 headset supports Wi-Fi 6E, the connection is unbelievable. I'm currently playing through Half-Life Alyx this way, and it feels indistinguishable from having the headset plugged into my PC. Here's something that's really wild. Xbox just released a native xCloud app for the Meta Quest 3 headset. So you know how the PlayStation Portal lets you keep playing games after you've been kicked off your TV, only it's on a little 8-inch screen or whatever? Well, with Meta Quest 3, if you get kicked off your Xbox, you can just put this headset on, and you can use an Xbox controller, and you can play on a screen as big as you damn well please. When Apple announced their ridiculously overpriced Vision Pro mixed reality headset, I was like, that's dumb. But having now experienced a slice of this for myself, I'm like, that isn't dumb. That is the future. Wearable computers are sure to transform how we live and work and play games, and maybe a bunch of people already knew that, but I didn't know that. The Meta Quest 3 was the device that opened my eyes to all of it. There's no way this isn't the start of something very, very big. Alrighty, so that's the warm-up stuff. I'm about to get to my best stuff of the year. But before I do that, Austin, you review games on this channel too. Is there anything you'd like to shout out?
As a matter of fact, there is. So there were two games I strongly recommended this year. The first one was Remnant 2. Honestly, one of the best co-op experiences I have ever had. It's a game that truly rewards your curiosity at every turn. Packed to the brim with clever puzzles and secrets that really test your problem-solving skills. There are loads of hidden character interactions. Many I discovered long after hitting the credits, all providing you with meaningful unlocks and loot that services an extensive buildcraft system. It had this really novel, procedurally generated campaign thing that meant that joining other players' campaigns would always result in more discoveries. All the decisions that you make have like a tangible impact on the stories of these realms, the locations you discover, and the bosses you confront. And these bosses were such a joy to fight, a large part due to their banging music and their bespoke arenas, which you need to take full advantage of to deal with mechanics. Tying it all together is gorgeous environment art and lighting. This was one of the first games to release on Unreal Engine 5, and what a showcase it was, with every zone exhibiting such identity and visual splendor. It may not be the best looking game of this year, but at the time I was very impressed, and I mean, yeah, it still does look fantastic. There really isn't anything else quite like Remnant 2, and it's even on Game Pass now. There's also still a healthy population to play with if you can't rope in some buddies, so you've got no excuse. Give this game a shot. My favorite game I reviewed this year, though, is Lies of P. What an utterly remarkable release this was. I mean, a basically unknown studio who had never developed anything like this in the past somehow managed to deliver one of the best Souls-likes ever conceived, going toe-to-toe with even the very pioneers of the genre. It was a brutally difficult game. I stink distinctly remember spending like 8 hours straight on a single boss, which is literally the entire length of some video games. But man, was the pain worth the gain, as the sense of euphoria I felt after downing every one of these bosses is one I will never forget. Combat, in my opinion, was A+. Yes, there were some hang-ups when it came to parry timing and dodging, which the studio has since addressed, but overall, top-class combat. It demands you use all of your tools and master these encounters, and it's propped up by excellent animation and sound design as well, nailing that game feel and polish that only the very best Souls-likes offer. But it did bring some fresh additions to the formula, namely its weapon crafting system that allowed you to mix and match various handles and blades to tailor your movesets and special abilities. This allowed for loads of experimentation and made every new weapon discovery feel exciting. It had this neat mechanic with your healing item that allowed you to regain the final charge by landing or parrying blows, resulting in frequent, epic, final stand moments where you just managed to scrape by, provided you maintained your composure. There was also a weapon sharpening system that gave an extra element to be mindful of in combat as you search for openings to do so. And you also just look like a badass doing it. Perhaps one of its greatest strengths, though, is the story. I found its gritty twist on the tale of Pinocchio quite captivating, delivered in a way that's much easier to track and digest than is typical for Souls-like. It's a touching tale about what it means to be human, told through an eclectic cast of characters that I became deeply attached to by the end. I thoroughly enjoyed my time with Lies of P. Its combat, its story, its art, its music, the way it perfectly balances the bleak and the beautiful. Just an expertly crafted title that left a lasting impression on me, and its ending had me very excited for what this studio might do next. If you know, you know. So those are the standout games I reviewed this year. Now it's Shillup's turn to talk about his favorite stuff. Before I go, though, I'd just like to personally thank you all for being so welcoming of my reviews here. It's been an awesome experience. The support really means a lot, and I look forward to doing more reviews for you all in the new year. Anyway, I'll catch you guys then. Back to you, Shillup.
All right, sorry to disappoint you, everyone, but just like the end of July, I am back, and you'll have to put up with me for the rest of the video. So what say we lift your spirits with something a little colorful? Secrets are hard to keep in this business, whether it's hacks or leaks or poorly redacted documents. Secrets always manage to wriggle their way out, so it's always a nice surprise to get an honest-to-goodness surprise, especially one that is playable the very same moment we hear about it. That was how Microsoft and Bethesda introduced us to Hi-Fi Rush, a game made by TangoWorks, who had earlier been making both Ghostwire Tokyo and the Evil Within series. This, therefore, was a slight shift in both genre and tone. It's a testament to the range and talent of that studio that it felt like TangoWorks had been making this sort of game for decades. Hi-Fi Rush looked at the emerging rhythm action game genre, think Crypt of the Necrodancer, BPM, and Hellsinger, and it applied that same principle to a third-person melee action game. Drizzle on a healthy serve of razzle-dazzle, and you got yourself something that's one part Devil May Cry, one part Guitar Hero, and a whole lot of Saturday morning cartoon energy. The visual presentation here was just next level, absolutely absurdly good, with every fully animated cutscene bringing characters and events to life, and every frame of the action looking so bright and crisp that it felt like the characters were about to leap out of your television screen or monitor. And the music, my god, banger after banger, each of them so satisfying in the way they both complemented the moment-to-moment action and the way they were billed throughout the level. Combat wasn't super deep, but it was by no means one-dimensional. It struck a great balance of depth and approachability, giving you a nice floor to guarantee your success, but also a nice ceiling to reach for if mastery was your jam. This just had so much energy, like it felt electric, like you could feel the excitement of the people who made it, and every bit of that translated straight through to us from the first moment it was revealed to the moment that we ourselves rolled credits on it. Hi-Fi Rush was the rarest and best kind of surprise, and I really hope that TangoWorks are working on a sequel, because one would absolutely not be enough. In October, just when we thought the year was over and when Nintendo already had 2 of the 3 highest rated games of the year under their belt, Tears of the Kingdom and the Metroid Prime Remaster, an elephant-shaped Mario waddles into view and says, I got one more in me. Super Mario Brothers Wonder. Holy shit, what a video game. I mean, God damn, this right here is very, very special. And it absolutely hit me like a truck because I'm not a 2D Mario man. I mean, I've played them. In fact, my very first video game ever was Super Mario Brothers on the NES back when I was 4 years old. Since then, I've played almost all or most of the 2D Marios and enjoyed them, but they've never had the effect on me that they've had on so many other people. I was always drawn more to action games and RPGs until, of course, the 3D Mario games arrived and I was all in, as were we all. As such, Super Mario Bros. Wonder was so far down my watch list that it barely registered. I really thought it was going to be another great game that I personally did not love, but boy, oh boy, was I wrong. Super Mario Bros. Wonder is one of the most relentlessly creative video games I've ever played. The speed at which it's able to spin up and discard new ideas is dizzying. The amount of personality that is present in each level, each Goomba, each flower, it is impossible to not be charmed by it all. The attention to detail that has gone into everything, from the visuals to the music to the character designs to the animations, the craftsmanship and artistry of this is well beyond even the high standards that Nintendo have always managed to deliver. We haven't even spoken about the gameplay yet, the various power-ups you can get and how much they change your approach to platforming, exploration, and combat, the way that no two levels are remotely the same, the way Wonder Flowers utterly transform levels in totally unexpected ways, the badges and how they open up more exploration opportunities, and what they'll eventually mean for the speedrunning community, not to mention the new online features, which are such a welcome addition to this formula. It is a truly, truly remarkable game. To play it is to smile, to be spirited away to simpler times, when this is the type of game that video games were. The wonder that we experienced when we played these games back on the NES or the SNES, Nintendo has managed to recapture it here in a 2D platformer that is so bursting with innovation and creativity that it feels at times impossible. Like, how could any one game be so full of so many different ideas, all of them executed flawlessly, all of them so fun, no matter how challenging they might be? Super Mario Bros. Wonder is likely one of the swan songs for the Switch, perhaps the last flagship first-party exclusive before the next Switch arrives, likely next year. And if that's the case, then this is one hell of a farewell party for the little handheld that could, because Super Mario Bros. Wonder is wonderful. Cyberpunk 2077 was a difficult moment in the history of the Shill Up channel. I think that's probably where the nickname Shill Up originated from, because I really liked Cyberpunk, both prior to release, which was a majority opinion, but also at and after release, which was a deeply, deeply unpopular opinion. I revisited the circumstances of that initial Cyberpunk review in my Phantom Liberty review, so I won't do so again here, but suffice it to say, I recognized and documented the deep technical content and design shortcomings that Cyberpunk suffered from at launch, but even despite those things, I really loved Cyberpunk. The world was like nothing I'd ever experienced. The feeling of driving down those streets at night and soaking up that city was so addictive. The characters within the main and side quests were all so beautifully written. The scenario and mission design was first class. It was a pretty average RPG, don't get me wrong, but as an action game, Cyberpunk 2077 absolutely delivered. I hadn't replayed the game since launch, but I knew that CD Projekt Red were working relentlessly to improve the game through dozens and dozens of patches, both big and small. We also knew that CD Projekt Red were working on an expansion, the only one we'd get for the game since the disastrous launch prompted CD Projekt Red to upend its long-tail support for the game. What we didn't know was that CD Projekt Red were also working on something called Update 2.0, an update that would radically remake a number of core game systems, including things like the cyberware, the perk trees, XP gains, stamina management, quick hacking, weapon design, transmog, vehicle combat, and so much more. This stuff was first revealed at the same time the Phantom Liberty expansion was, and it kind of stole Idris Elba's thunder, because as excited as we all were for a new chapter in the Cyberpunk story, we were all much more excited to see a set of improvements that would make the entire game worth revisiting, or worth playing for the first time if we hadn't yet experienced it. CD Projekt Red nailed both the Phantom Liberty expansion and Update 2.0. Separately, they meaningfully expanded Cyberpunk, providing all new experiences in Night City that both deepened and broadened the game. But delivered together as they were, they created a moment where everyone could look at how hard CD Projekt Red had worked in those preceding 2 years and really celebrate that success. Cyberpunk will always be a cautionary tale of hype and overpromising, but it's now also a tale of hard work and redemption for a game that, despite its many, many shortcomings, always deserved to be saved. attended a hands-on preview for Alan Wake 2 when I was in LA a few weeks prior to the game's launch. From the minute I got my hands on this, I was like, okay, Remedy have reached their final form. Alan Wake 2 is not just a sequel to Alan Wake 1, the cult classic from over a decade ago. Instead, it's a sequel to every Remedy game ever made. It's the hard-boiled glass setting and protagonist of Max Payne. It's the live-action sequences of Quantum Break. It's the ambitious presentation of paranormality of Control. But separate from those individual releases, it's also an iterative work that channels the through lines coursing through Remedy's expansive and utterly unique portfolio of work. Sam Lake's handsome face, powerful musical numbers, meta-commentary, fourth wall breaking, an overt nod to British culture, and a cast who are themselves a form of Easter egg. Alan Wake 2 is Remedy acknowledging and celebrating Remedy, but not in a self-congratulatory or indulgent way. It's confidence, not arrogance. Confidence in their unique voice as game makers. And what a game they made. Their first ever survival horror, a genre that unsurprisingly comes quite naturally to them. It was one part true detective and another part dark, twisted film noir fever dream. Saga's story was one of people, while Alan's was one of demons. Saga's mind space allowed her to make breakthroughs in her case, carefully sifting through evidence and intuiting solutions, while Alan was literally writing himself out of a hell that he created, using locations and plot points to reform the story around him as needed. It was so clever and captivating right the way through, full of so many genuine surprises that trying to predict any outcome was a total fool's errand. I think special mention must go to Epic Games here. Their storefront is terrible, that is a fact, but this is a company that spent a lot of money to make a very weird and very risky IP, giving Remedy unbridled creative control at every single turn. The bulk of our gratitude should go to Remedy for making this thing, but I think we should also save a little for Epic, because without them, Alan Wake 2 simply does not exist. At the Game Awards this year, game director Sam Lake took to the stage to dance in a musical number pulled straight from the game. Sam Lake has always been known for his Max Payne scowl, but that night, that smile on that man's face, I will never forget it. Congrats to Sam Lake and his co-director Carl Rowley. They both absolutely deserve that award for Best Game Direction, and Remedy deserves every accolade for putting out something as unique and weird and cool and awesome as Alan Wake 2. Since I've started using my I recommend / I do not recommend rating system, there have been 3 games that I have very strongly recommended on the channel. The first was Elden Ring. The third was Tears of the Kingdom. We'll talk about that one soon. But the second was Resident Evil 4 Remake. I do not remember the original Resident Evil 4 very well. I know that I played it. We had it on GameCube. Owing to a crippling WoW addiction at the time, Resident Evil 4 left little impression on me. Besides, I was always more of a Resident Evil 3 man, since I really loved the Nemesis. But when pressed, I'd probably freely admit that Resident Evil 2 was better for its originality and scale. Hell, I loved Code Veronica more than I loved Resident Evil 4, and I'm desperately hoping that those Code Veronica remake rumors turn out to be true. I also really settled on the idea that the Saw-inspired body horror and first-person perspective of Resident Evil 7 was the future of the franchise, that it had outgrown the more schlocky, grindhouse horror and third-person perspective of the franchise's past. Resident Evil 4 Remake just fucking roundhouse kicked all those notions in the head, leaving me dazed but ultimately very happy to be the recipient of Leon S. Kennedy boots. Resident Evil 4 Remake both was and is a revelation in the survival horror genre. Back then, it changed action games forever with its third-person over-the-shoulder perspective and its ambitious, unforgettable set pieces. In 2023, the remake would completely re-baseline our expectations about how it should feel to control a character in a game like this and how deep the combat sandbox could be. Controlling Leon is incredible. His responsiveness, his locomotion, his ability to parry literally anything, including a chainsaw. Survival horror games have always really prided themselves on a clunky and disempowered control scheme that created more tension for how slow your character was to react to things. But here in Resident Evil 4 Remake, the control scheme perfectly reflected Leon's years of training as a government operative. This man with a finely tuned weapon, and be it at range or up close, the game gave you all the tools you needed to utterly dumpster your foes if you were skilled enough to do so. The tuning of the combat encounters was so precise that I lost count of how many times I downed the last foe with my very last bullet. The The set pieces were even bigger and more audacious than ever before, helped in no small part by the miraculous RE engine making everything look incredible. But I guess most of all, Resident Evil 4 Remake really felt like the Metal Gear Solid sequel we are never going to get. The island setting, the government operative sent in solo, the rescue up, the very Japanese take on American characters and American action, the way Leon controls and how much he's capable of, it's very reminiscent of Snake. Its unforgettable cast of supporting characters and mini-bosses will sear themselves into your memory. It's Metal Gear, except it's horror instead of stealth, and it's not really survival horror per se, it's action horror. And it was the best action game I've played all year, and one of the best action games I've played full stop. It took me a long, long time to get here, but I'm finally a Resident Evil 4 man, and I really hope Capcom are able to find the right balance between honoring the legacy established by games like Resident Evil 2 and 4, while also charting a bold future like we saw in Resident Evil 7 and Village. Alright, it's time for the top 2. So, for the very last time in 2023, Stu, do the music thing. How do you follow up what is almost objectively regarded as one of the greatest video games ever made? Well, if you're Aonuma-san, you just make a better one? I'm not exaggerating, by the way, and I think this is what struck me the most about the discourse surrounding Tears of the Kingdom. Many people said it felt like a DLC, and I'm like, how do you respond to that? Yes, it did use the same map, and many of the same game systems were near identical, particularly cooking and combat, but the map had a completely different design philosophy, no longer leveraged entirely into the shrines, but instead peppered with all manner of puzzles, side quests, and secrets. You couldn't swing a Korok without hitting 5 or 6 things to do nearby, and that was a total inversion of Breath of the Wild, which was widely criticized for being spacious and serene, but also quite vacant. That's setting aside the Sky Isles, which are themselves a massive puzzlescape full of things to discover. We knew that was coming because it was a central feature in the game's marketing. But what we didn't know is that Nintendo made an entire underground cavern nearly the same size as the overworld map. The depths were a stroke of genius, not only for the quantity of content they delivered, including some of the biggest, best, and most expansive puzzles I've ever played in an adventure game, but the depths are also an inversion of the exploration model that defined the rest of the game. Above ground, you were led by the horizon, seeing something in the distance and heading toward it. Here in the depths, you couldn't see shit. You were just fumbling in the dark, and you had absolutely no idea what you were going to find until you got close enough to reach out and touch it, or have it reach out and touch you. But the absolute masterstroke of Tears of the Kingdom was the Ultra Hand building system. A system so unbelievably flexible, sophisticated, and flawlessly implemented that it brought other game developers to tears. Social media was flooded with posts from veteran game makers, each of them totally dumbstruck by what Nintendo had built here. I don't know shit about game dev, but I know enough to know that for a system to be this flexible, this functional, and not even have objects clip ever so slightly into the geometry, that is just dangerous sorcery. It is rumored that Tears of the Kingdom was essentially done a full year before it was released, giving Nintendo time to playtest and polish it, and the results are utterly immaculate. The only blemish being the performance limitations imposed by Nintendo's aging hardware, but offset by the fact that it's an absolute fucking miracle that Nintendo got this game to run at all on a handheld that is now in 2023 roughly as powerful as the Gladys Potato was in 2011. Tears of the Kingdom is a goddamn masterpiece, and I do not envy the task of Nintendo as they consider where they might take this franchise next. But if Tears of the Kingdom has shown us anything, that Nintendo will figure it out. Alrighty. Well, here we are. Number 1. You know what's coming. And here it is. Let's start with the question on everyone's mind. Where the fuck is the Baldur's Gate 3 review, Schiller? It is a very good question, so I'll give you an honest answer. I really, really tried. I really tried to write it. I tried multiple times, multiple drafts. I reckon I've written more than 10,000 words at this point on Baldur's Gate 3, but I think all of those words are shit. And I'm not going to put out a review for one of the greatest games ever made when I think that review is shit. It's not the first time I've encountered this challenge. It's for the exact same reason that I've never been able to review Outer Wilds or Final Fantasy XIV. Sometimes you experience something that means so much to you, And when you try to put it into words, all that comes out is nonsense. Certainly not fit for publication. So I'm sorry that I was not able to find the right words for Baldur's Gate 3, but at the same time, I don't know that there's a lot that I could add to the discourse at this point. It's utterly self-evident to anyone who spent any time with the game that this is an all-timer. The voice cast is not only one of the largest of any game, to the point where almost every animal you meet has a voice actor. It's also one of the strongest and most talented voice casts ever assembled. Personally, I struggle to think of a game that has a voice cast this large and where every single performer was delivering an 11 out of 10 performance. The writing, imagine writing just one of these characters or side quests. Imagine how satisfying that would be as a creative to have created something that good. Now imagine writing multiple characters and multiple quest lines with the same deftness and skill. And then imagine trying to tie them all together under a main quest line. And then imagine building into each part of it this huge, seemingly infinite number of variables that reflect which party members are present in a given moment, the events that had transpired earlier, and the decisions that the player might make then and there. Imagine the level of not only talent but organization and discipline required to make all of that work. Imagine a gameplay sandbox that was as rich with choice as the dialogue options were. Dense classes, multi-classes, spells, sophisticated itemization that enabled build customization, activatable items, the ability to yeet your party members across the map, complex boss encounters with ingenious mechanics, and so many of the rules that apply in combat also apply to the real world, giving you a huge amount of freedom to engage NPCs or explore the map in ways that would seem totally unexpected, except for the fact that Larian had already accounted for it when they built this game and made all of this possible. I do think I have a few unique things to say about Baldur's Gate 3, about the dice roll and how that allows us to confront probability, which is typically obscured from us in games, about the narrator and how she fixes a problem inherent in most games, being a game's inability to communicate subtle information about settings, scenes, events, and character reactions, about the way that combat is only ever used in furtherance of a narrative goal rather than as just for combat's sake, about the challenges of a silent protagonist in a world so full of voice and personality, about save scumming, and a few other things. Maybe I will write that Baldur's Gate 3 review one day. It won't be anytime soon, but for now, we'll have to settle for this. But make no mistake, I very strongly recommend Baldur's Gate 3. It has been a very, very big 2023. I need a nap. So I'm going to take one for the first 2 weeks of January or so, after which time we'll be back with the news show, the previews, the reviews, and the Friends for a Second podcast. I don't think 2024 is going to be quite as large as 2023, but in this business, you never know. I do know that I'm very lucky to be able to do what I do, so big thank you for tuning in. Support you guys' show just by clicking on videos means the world to me, and as much as I'm looking forward to some time off, I'm also really excited to get back to it because I love what I do. So thank you again, a very special thank you to the patrons of the channel, and also a big thanks to this video's sponsor, NVIDIA and Gigabyte Aorus. They're actually giving away a PC to one lucky Australian or New Zealander. So if you want to be in the running for that, then stick around. Thanks again and have a great new year. I'll see you on the flip side. Here in Australia, Christmas is hot. We don't wear those ugly Christmas sweaters. We wear singlets, shorts, and double pluggers. We don't sit at the fireplace. We go to the beach. We don't drink eggnog. I think that's illegal here. I'm not sure. Point is, we don't get the idyllic white Christmas that a lot of other places do, which is why this video sponsors NVIDIA and Gigabyte Aorus are giving Australians and New Zealanders a shot at the white Christmas of your dreams. Meet this bad boy, a custom-built all-white PC from Gigabyte's resident PC builder, Simple Mods. He's done a bunch of builds for the channel in the past, including the Cyberpunk-themed PC, and more recently, the Starfield-themed Mini ITX build. This time, he's got into the festive spirit, delivering this absolutely stunning, gleaming white build that even Santa himself would be jealous of. At the heart of it is an NVIDIA RTX 4070, the beyond-fast GPU that allows you to experience lifelike virtual worlds and ultra-high FPS gaming. 40 series GPUs can make this happen because they're the best GPUs on the market, hands down. In terms of raw processing power, 40 series GPUs deliver more raw throughput than anything else you can get your hands on, allowing you to hit higher frame rates while turning up those graphical settings. But that's not all. NVIDIA 40 series GPUs also feature advanced technologies that push the hardware even further. We're talking stuff like DLSS 3, which uses AI to interlace additional frames, more than doubling your frame rate in games like the finals. There's also full ray tracing, the most advanced recreation of light ever seen in video games, best showcased in games like Cyberpunk 2077. NVIDIA Reflex is a technology that reduces input latency. So if you're playing competitive shooters, this is a technology that's going to give you an edge. It doesn't hurt that this GPU happens to be sitting in such a handsome build. As always, Simple Mods did a build video for how he put it all together. So if you'd like to check that out, I've left a link to it in the description below. Best of all, NVIDIA and Gigabyte Aorus are giving this away to one lucky person in Australia or New Zealand. All you need to do is follow the giveaway link below. There's a few ways to enter, and each of them give you more chances of winning. The competition will run for about a month, and after that, one of you will get this PC in the mail, no strings attached. Not a bad way to finish off the year, huh? I want to thank NVIDIA and Gigabyte Aorus for their generosity. This PC is worth a pretty penny, and they're just giving it away right here, exclusive to the channel. I appreciate that a lot. I wish everyone the best of luck. May you welcome in 2024 with a new shiny PC. Thanks NVIDIA and Gigabyte Aorus for sponsoring the video, and thank you for watching it. This video is brought to you by Surfshark VPN. Stick around to learn more about how Surfshark lets you browse the web freely and securely. Plus, get 4 additional months for free at a special holiday price when you sign up over at surfshark.com/skillup. Click below for that link or stick around to the end of the video to learn more. Well, it's that time of the year again when we content creators make lists of things we liked. It's the only time of the year you'll catch me doing a list of them. You're welcome. In the past, I'd always felt very guilty when I'd make these videos because as one person, I can't play everything. So when things didn't make it onto the list because I simply didn't have time to play them, I felt bad about that. Well, this year, things are different because the Skill Up team has grown. We are now 4 people strong between myself, Austin, Stu, and Ed. And collectively, we have played everything this year. Like, everything. So it only makes sense for the team to help out this year, fill in the gaps and shout out the games that I didn't get the chance to play, but clearly deserved a spot. So, here it is, the best stuff that I and the team played in 2024. Dragon's Dogma was one of the most fascinating releases of 2024. Like, did you know that this was actually the 10th highest selling game of the year in the United States? It's up there with FIFA and Madden. To think that a revival of a niche IP like this would sell so well is really surprising, and honestly, I can't really explain how it achieved that level of success, except to say that Dragon's Dogma 1 fans were really, really loud about this one, and they successfully managed to get everyone else excited. It's somewhat ironic then that the OG Dragon's Dogma fans were probably the most disappointed with Dragon's Dogma 2. Many of them were disappointed by how similar it felt to the first game, and given how much potential the original game had, fans felt frustrated that much of that potential remained unrealized. But for people like me who hadn't played Dragon's Dogma, I fucking loved this. I loved how weirdly stripped back it was, how much it eschewed the modern open-world game design techniques that came to dominate these past 2 console generations. Dragon's Dogma 2 felt like a slice doors experience, where we got to see how open-world games might have developed, how Japanese publishers held the initiative on the genre rather than Western developers. For me, though, I'm just a sucker for any game that perfectly captures the spirit of a journey. The simple pleasure and satisfaction inherent in going from A to B, it's actually really, really hard to design gaming experiences where the transit is as meaningful as the destination. Think of how it feels to traverse the entire English countryside in Valhalla. You feel nothing as you follow that GPS marker through all that empty space. Contrast that with Skyrim, with Death Stranding, with Valheim. These are games where each time you stepped out your door, it felt like you were writing the first page in a new Odyssey, and that's exactly what Dragon's Dogma 2 managed to achieve as well. It's got heaps of really broken, unfinished shit, and much like its predecessor, it still sizzles with latent potential. But what's there is enough to make it an entirely unique experience, and one I haven't stopped thinking about since I played it. So, Dragon's Dogma 2, flawed but memorable. How about you, Austin? What do you got for us?
Helldivers 2. Man, the moment I extracted from my first mission, I immediately knew this thing was going to take the world by storm. And boy, did it. It completely took over all social media in the weeks following and still maintains a very strong community. Arrowhead deserve patriotism that never gets old, and the hilarious emergent moments that occur on the battlefield. It nails the vibes between the hype as hell theme that plays when you're soaring down in the hell pods, the constant thrum of gunfire on the battlefield, the thud of ordnance, the silhouette of an alien swarm behind the dust as they're torn to smithereens by you and your fellow Helldivers. And perhaps most importantly, it nails the gameplay. It's some of the most deeply cathartic gunplay I've ever experienced in a video game. It also showed the industry what live service looks like when it's done right. That push and pull of the planet liberation system meant that the game is always evolving, very cleverly disguising content updates as rewards that we as a community earned by rallying together. In a time where monetization is regularly taking the piss with skins that cost more than a whole-ass video game, when limited time battle passes packed with fluff prey on your FOMO, Arrowhead were like, nah, how about skins for $2? How about battle passes that don't expire, that aren't linear, and we shower you with progress toward them by meeting community objectives? Easily still the most fun you can have with those who know and those who don't, Helldivers 2 is a shooter for the ages.
I talk a lot about what the bigger publishers get up to, and they pull a lot of bullshit. But one of the things that disappoints me the most is their unwillingness to invest in smaller projects. This year, Take-Two sold their private division label after shuttering Roll7, the studio that delivered both Oli Oli World and Rollerdrome inside of a 15-month period. Explaining that decision, CEO Strauss Zelnick said, quote, "Those projects were smaller. We're in the business of making great big hits," end quote. What a fucking arsehole thing to say. It stirs my heart then to see Capcom's recent renaissance, delivering an incredible quality bar for their mainline titles like Devil May Cry, Street Fighter, Monster Hunter, and Resident Evil, and then redirecting at least some of that money to smaller stuff like Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess. When I first saw this, I thought it was some sort of character action game like Devil May Cry, but with yokai. It wasn't until I played it that I learned it was actually a tower defense game of sorts, one that is so elegantly designed that it fuses both action and strategy seamlessly, sidestepping every pitfall that emerges when you try to fuse those two genres. Elegant really is the perfect word to describe every aspect of Kunitsugami. Its graduated difficulty curve feels so inviting and effortless. The moveset of its main character is based on a traditional form of Japanese dance, making it so graceful. Its character progression asks you to collect and arrange things like artwork and traditional garb. It even has a sweet model viewer in there, allowing you to see close-ups of a number of traditional Japanese desserts, just for no reason at all, by the way, just because it's nice. That's not quite true. The truth is, everything in Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess is there for one of two reasons: to either make it a great game or to celebrate Japanese culture. The game never loses sight of these two objectives, and it never fails to deliver on them. It feels like such a passion project, further evidenced by the fact that Capcom actually commissioned a real kabuki theater production based on the events of the game. It's so earnest and thoughtful, and as much as I love Capcom for all their big stuff, I love them just as much for little stuff like this. Speaking of little stuff, I think you'll like what Stu's got for you next. Take it away, Stu.
I love working with constraints. Oftentimes I feel like I do my best work when I don't have much to work with. The team behind UFO 50 has proven that you can create some of the most memorable games of 2024 by working within the constraints of the NES era of games. These are 50 new games, fully fleshed out as anything you find during that time from 1982 to 1989. Games like Mortal and Mini and Max could be released today as indies on Steam and no one would blink an eye. It is incredible to see the fictional game company of UFO Soft change as it grows and shifts, tackling genre after genre, sequels and mascots and mechanics ebbing and flowing with each passing year. The real-life UFO 50 team are no slouches, of course, featuring the creator of Spelunky, Derek Yu, and Ojiro Fumoto of Downwell fame, to name a few. This team has created something wholly unique. And in a year where we have watched AAA live service games and studios crumble under the weight of a business model that only wants to sell you season passes, UFO 50 is a reminder of the creativity and ingenuity that the industry was founded on.
Warhammer 40k Space Marine feels like a game out of time. In another darker timeline, this would have been a live live service, shipping half-baked and rolling out its co-op mode post-launch. It would have charged obscene prices for even the most basic cosmetic customization options, and it definitely would not have shipped with a 6v6 multiplayer mode that feels like it was pulled straight from the Xbox 360 era. In my review, I said the Space Marine 2 felt outdated in the best possible way, and there hasn't been a single other game this year that's felt similar. Something truly modern in all of its technical and design elements, while also channeling a very wholesome throwback energy. But the game's commercials are not what put Space Marine 2 on this list. It's on this list because it's a fucking awesome video game. There was absolutely no way in hell that Saber Interactive could have better captured the power fantasy of being a Space Marine. The rank and file kneeling as you pass, your brothers massed in prayer before the battle, the endless Tyranid swarm rolling towards you like a tidal wave about to break on your mighty shield. The technology that underpins all of this is incredible, and the art design is top tier. I really believe Saber Interactive got robbed at the Game Awards in the art design category, not even to get nominated. Come on, Jeff, what the hell are we doing here? The most surprising thing about Space Marine 2, though, is that it ended up being a lot more game than we initially expected. That co-op mode has difficulty tiers and progression and unlocks and weapon customization and cosmetic rewards, and you're incentivized to do all of it on every class. The number of co-op missions is a little light, sure, but for me, there was more than enough baked into the core gameplay loop to keep me coming back long after I wrapped up my review. It's clear that Saber Interactive loved this source material and not only wanted to do it justice, but also wanted to make a game that non-40k fans would be drawn to. I think they absolutely crushed it. Space Marine 2 is the best 40k game ever, and while that's kind of a low bar to clear, Space Marine 2 clears it so handsomely that future 40k games will likely be living under Space Marine 2's shadow for a long while yet. Man, I just really wanted an excuse to play that orchestral Balatro theme from the Game Awards. Not that I don't hear it often, though, since I've actually made that the ringtone on my phone. I'm not even fucking with you. Balatro, man, what can you even say about this that has not already been said? A vile, corrupting gambling simulator aimed to trick our users into becoming degenerate poker sharks. Wait, sorry, I'm reading the Peggy Ratings Board review of the game. How that got in there. Anyway, Balatro is the reminder that money and people in does not equal quality out. This is a game made by a single person using a bunch of if statements, and it went on to sell 3.5 million copies and win 3 awards at the Game Awards and take home Apple's Game of the Year award on the App Store. Local Thunk is competing with Sony and Square Enix and Supercell, and through sheer imagination and ingenuity, he clears. Balatro is the latest in a long line of indie games that center themselves on a central, uncomplicated, Moorish gameplay conceit. Slay the Spire birthed an entire subgenre of roguelike deck builders by doing just that. Vampire Survivors spawned a million Survivor-like clones when it did that. And who knows, maybe even this poker game will start becoming popular thanks to Local Thunk bringing it to the masses. Maybe you were right after all. Balatro holds the rare honor of being installed on every single device I own, from PC to Steam Deck to phone. I swear to God, if I could install Balatro on my fridge, I would, to get to work on that port, please, Local Thunk. Bethesda can do it for Skyrim, and you can do it for this. It's just an absolutely brilliant, rare, and timeless game that we're still going to be playing like 2 decades from now, the same way we're still playing Tetris. It's got that universality which feels like a bolt of lightning and a stroke of genius. If you haven't picked it up yet, please go and buy it right now. Be prepared to say goodbye to all your free time for a while, because Balatro will do that to you. Alright, so far we've heard from me, Austin, and Stu. Ed, you're up. What do you got for us?
I'm certain that in the future we will look back at 1000 Times Resist as a watershed moment in video game storytelling. In a time when it feels like video games are becoming more homogenous in structure, more watered down in the stories they tell, and more alike one another than ever before. Now I'm talking about commercial blockbusters and commercial indies. Here is a video game that gives no fucks, does its own thing, feels completely uncompromised in what it wants to do and say. And it's so powerful because of it. This game goes hard from the very beginning and very quickly gets its hooks into you. And once it does, it slows right down and begins to tell a gripping, complex, brutal sci-fi story that paints a striking vision of the dark future that spans centuries and is full of intriguing twists and turns. And above all, it has big, bold things to say. It goes hard on race, trauma, mental health, politics, protest, what it is to be an individual, and yes, resistance, but all in a smart way, and without ever feeling on the nose or pretentious. So when history looks back on 2024 and asks, what titles this year really pushed the idea of what it means to make a video game? 1000 Times Resist here's what you can do with the story.
I am sympathetic to the perspective that a DLC should not be eligible for a Game of the Year nomination, especially when it's a DLC for a game that already won Game of the Year a few years prior. It does make sense that the category should be celebrating new standalone experiences because, strictly speaking, the category is called the Game of the Year, and DLC is, by its very definition, not a game. So I am sympathetic to that view. I fully get it, but I don't agree. I think that if a studio is able to deliver in a DLC experience something so impressive and so overawing that it is actually one of or the best thing that you played that year, then that DLC deserves to be on a Game of the Year list. And let's be real, it's not like this sort of thing happens very often. I mean, which games might have historically slid on that proverbial slippery slope? The Witcher expansion, Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, Prey Moon Crash? Yes, I'm totally serious about that last one, by the way. It's absolutely good. Point is, most people who played through Shadow of the Erdtree would agree that it was one of the best things released this year. Technically, it is a DLC, but that label seems almost unfair as it delivers 50 or more hours of stunning locations and secrets and lore and boss fights and new weapons and items that open up entirely new ways to play the game. FromSoft's production quality, their attention to detail, the scale they operate at, they think and create in different terms. For almost any other studio, the likes of Shadow of the Erdtree is a standalone box product that they charge $60 or $70 for. But for FromSoft, it's just a DLC expansion. So yeah, I get it, but I genuinely believe that Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree is remarkable, and I know that my personal Game of the Year list would be very incomplete without it. Fuck Battle the Dread, though. Those hitboxes were total bullshit.
My personal Game of the Year is Lorelei and the Late Nights. No contest. It's a game that had me up past midnight for multiple nights in a row, that had me thinking deeply about it and itching to get back to it when I wasn't playing, and a game that had me completely absorbed when I was. Not just because of the compulsive gameplay, but because of how alluring the atmosphere was, and how excited and nervous I was to see what was around each new corner. It's a game that definitely uses environment and mystery to draw you into its weird world and narrative. It uses the format of the video game in a lot of surprising ways to both delight and deeply unsettle you. And it makes you use a pen and paper, a whole notebook even, and an enormous amount of mental energy, and maybe a little help from your friends, to unravel its seemingly impenetrable and incoherent puzzles. It'll make you feel like the stupidest person in the world, and it'll make you wince and cower in your chair. But 2 dozen hours later, it'll make you feel like the smartest fucking person in the universe. And man, when it's all over, you will feel so utterly satisfied. But you won't stop thinking about it, because I know I have. For my money, it's hands down the most exceptional game of the year.
I really like when games inspire me to go beyond the source material in order to enjoy the lore. Warhammer 40k Dark Tide encouraged me to start reading some 40k books. Shout out to my boy Commissar Gaunt, by the way. God of War Ragnarok had me rereading Neil Gaiman's Norse mythology, and Pacific Drive gave me the motivation to read Roadside Picnic, the book that actually inspired not only Pacific Drive, but also the Stalker games and the classic Stalker film. That's how influential a text it is, and if you haven't read it, please do so. It's incredible. Pacific Drive was a confusing proposition at first. When it was revealed, I think we all thought it was a sort of survival horror game centered around a car, and that was a little bit true, but what Pacific Drive actually is a survival crafting game. You take this cursed, possessed shit heap of a jalopy and take it on runs into an exclusion zone populated by all manner of dangerous anomalies. There you have to complete multiple objectives while also collecting resources you can bring back to the garage so that you can upgrade said garage, allowing you to fashion car upgrades, which will then allow you to penetrate deeper into the zone. And penetrate really does feel like a dirty word no matter which context you use it in. Hoping that YouTube does not demonetize this video. The genius of Pacific Drive exists on multiple levels. Firstly, your car handles like utter dog shit, and that is a feature, not a bug. It makes something as simple as driving in a straight line feel fraught with danger. Its survival crafting economy was tuned to absolute perfection, pushing you to go that little bit further for the next rare resource, punishing you when you overextend.
I'm so stupid. I'm so fucking dumb. You know what? Fucking sitting there feeling sorry for myself. Fucking hell. You know what? It's some fucking bullshit, bro. Like, I'm fucking I'm fucking attractive. You know what I mean? I'm charming. I'm
Olivia believes
the
Chimera
most
is the
interesting
weakest.
person that I
Today,
know.
just
I don't
still
know
not
anyone
ready.
that I care
Whatever the
about
fuck that
more than
means.
myself. You know what I
I
mean?
delivered another sample to her so she
Nobody
could
I've ever
continue her
met has
research.
ever interested me more
Sven
than I
contacted
interest
me.
myself.
The bug I placed on the Baron's
I,
comms is yielding results.
but I'm sitting
Waiting to
here
hear this for myself.
with no bitches, fucking playing games with some stupid looking motherfucker, just because I want someone to want me, and it's like, it's fucking crazy. Why am I doing this to myself? Why am I doing this to myself? Why am I still talking to her? You know what I mean? Why am I still doing these fucking things? Why am I still fucking making these stupid bad decisions and not doing anything about it? I don't want to. I don't want to move on. I don't want to carry on. I don't want to keep doing this.
It's a good question.
Just make sure that it's actually streaming.
Since I returned to the game with Beyond Light, hell, I even reviewed a bunch of the seasons, and I'm not even a Destiny YouTuber. You can tell how.
I'm miserable recently, bro.
The truth is, I had written a lot of that review, and it really
Yeah,
pushed
can I hear myself?
Final Shape was not only as a conclusion for a 10-year saga, but as a
Bro.
culmination of all of Bungie's work designing and building
Oh, I
Destiny.
got headphones
Let me
on.
read to you the last part of the last paragraph in my introduction to that review.
Yeah, I can hear myself. What was I saying? I'm just sick to death, man. It's like life. Like even if I'm not getting beat down, I feel like I am. I feel like I beat myself down. I put myself in a corner and isolated myself. I put myself in a position where I'd lose everything. And I really did do it to myself completely. I was just... You would fucking too. You do the same fucking thing if you went through what I went through. It's fucking bullshit. You do the exact same fucking thing. You'd hide as well. Everyone would fucking hide. Well, you get to a point in life where you're so fucked, you don't know what else you don't know what else you're gonna fucking do. So you just hide. Just hide from everything, everyone, and that's just how it fucking stays until you either learn to fucking sort yourself out or you fucking put a bullet in your fucking brain. Fucking choke yourself, take a fucking bunch of pills, jump out your fucking window. It doesn't matter. I swear to God, man, it's so fucked. I feel like I'm no one to talk to, like, at all. I don't. I just feel like I thought I was doing well, right? I thought I was happy. I thought I was, well, not happy, but I thought I was getting better. You know what I mean? I started feeling better, and started, feeling better about myself and stuff like that. And I still do. I still do feel better about myself. Like I don't look in the mirror and think to myself, how can anyone ever love you, you disgusting fat piece of shit? I don't think that to myself right now. I think you just need to stop being a fat cunt. That's literally all I think. I'm not even that fat. I'm really not. I don't even know if I'm overweight. There's a possibility that I'm very, very slightly overweight. But, it's just fucking... It's just... I've been alone for so long. Even though I was in a relationship for 4 years. You know what I mean? Like, I've been alone for years. I don't know, it's hard to explain. It feels like I'll talk to someone, I'll make an effort to be friends with someone, and I'll be thinking to myself,
Later to know this. There was a time when we were all convinced that this game was probably going to suck.
and I'll be thinking to myself, why? It's like, people can't keep up with me. I'm fucking all over the place. I'm like And my brain, I'm always on to the next thing. If I try and have a serious discussion about something, or try and talk about something that I'm passionate about, I will struggle. Not because I don't know what to say, I know what to say. It's just if I don't write it all down, then it'll just be garbled fucking nonsense coming out of my mouth, because I'll be jumping from point to point, fucking trying to fit it all in one sentence. Like, I'm just, you know what I mean? I'm like that when it comes to just talking to someone. Like, when I'm talking to someone, I'm excited because I like talking to them, because I don't talk to people much, so you know what I mean? Like, it's quite a novel thing for me, really. And yeah, I'll just be bouncing from point to point. I mean, maybe that'll change if I keep thinking, but I was just thinking to myself, like, so I wasn't bothered about that. I was like, oh, if they can't keep up with me, well, you know, what fucking for me, you know. But that's not what I mean. I mean, like, yeah, I completely just lost my train of thought again. They can't keep up with me. I'm not feeling sorry for myself. Not saying, oh, they can't keep up with me. It's just that, like, I started to realise that maybe it's not that they can't keep up with me. Maybe it's that I don't want to talk to this kind of person. But the thing is, right, the problem with that is, what kind of person do I want to talk to? Because I don't want to talk to anyone. This is the main reason that I haven't had any friends for the past 4 years. I don't want to talk to any people. I don't want to talk to any of these boring-ass, normal-ass, rusty-ass people. Even if they aren't boring and normal, for some reason, it still doesn't work for me either. I don't know what I want. I don't know what it is that I need to do to make myself feel better. I don't know what it is. I do know. I need to start talking to fucking girls again. That's literally the only thing I need to do. But even then, it's going to be like fucking... I don't know. I'm not ready, but I need to. Because nobody else is going to wait for me. You know what I mean? Like, nobody's going to wait for you to thingy. They're going to move on. They're going to talk to people. You know, they're not... They would talk to people straight away. Actually, the first day that we broke up, I guarantee they were talking to some other guy. Went round some guy's house, like... I bet they did something as well. She says to me that they didn't. Maybe they didn't. But, you know, she went there with the intention of doing that. And literally, like, 3 weeks after we fucking... Not even that. I don't even know how long it was. But... It fucking upset me. Because I wasn't speaking to anyone. I was literally speaking to no one. You know, I was thinking to myself, like... I wasn't speaking to anyone out of respect. You know what I mean? Out of respect. And also, not just out of respect, I didn't want to. Because I was so hurt. You know what I mean? It's been 4 fucking years. 4 years. And I just realised that even throughout those 4 years, it was never, like, perfect. There was always things that took the piss. It's just, this time, when someone took the piss, I decided to roll with it. Because I thought I was being the one that was, like, you know, way over the top. That's not what was happening. I picked the wrong fucking person, and I dated them for 4 fucking years, and it was the worst fucking mistake of my life. Because I was so miserable when I was with them, that I isolated myself from everybody because I was miserable, but at the same time, that I had a lot of shit going on in my life. I didn't have anyone else that I could talk to. I didn't have anyone else that I could go to. You know what I mean? Like, I completely isolated myself. I loved them. You know what I mean? I really, really did love them. But it was the wrong fucking person. Because... I'm talking to the stream about this now, because I've got no one else to fucking talk to, and I just can't keep waking up and doing this. I can't keep hiding and running from all these problems, because they're going to catch up to me eventually. They already are. They caught up to me years ago. Now I'm fucking so lost. So fucking lost. I feel so fucking fucking alone. I've been talking to someone, right? And I know that I'm not gonna date this person. I was hoping that I would get to a like a position. I'm not gonna lie, I was like there's always a possibility that I'd have sex with them. Yeah, definitely. I'm angry. I'm fucking angry because shit's happened and I've not been angry about it, and I should have been. Should have been fucking furious. It's like I've just been so fucking mad. I should have gone fucking crazy. I should have gone down there and I should have fucking killed them. I swear to God, I should have put a bullet in their fucking head. I'm just alone. You know? It's fucking lonely. It's not like at this very moment in time I'm trying to help myself. I'm talking to people. Like, but these people, where do you find specific people that you like enough to talk to? Because every friend that I've made in the past couple of years, right, I wouldn't consider them a friend. Because maybe they consider me a friend, but I don't consider them. It's not. I sound like such a prick, and I sound like I'm just a fucking arsehole that just can't get on with anyone. And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much what's going on. Like, people have tried to be friends with me. I shut them out because I'll speak to them for a few days. I'll be like, oh yeah, this is all well and good, you know, the first couple of days when it's novel. But then after a few days, I'm like, who am I talking to here? What am I actually talking to this person for? What enjoyment am I getting out of this? You know what I mean? I just don't like other people most of the time, but I want to have friends. I know that I need friends, but I can't. I can't find anyone, you know? I don't know which fucking end to play that. I've got people. I don't have any friends. I have this moment in time. I've got no fucking friends in the world. And I'm an attractive guy. Like, you guys don't know what I look like. I'm a good-looking guy. I actually am. You know, I always consider myself to be quite good-looking. And you know, it seems like what's happened is I used to be a narcissist, and when that got challenged, like heavily challenged, I collapsed, and like I just caved in on myself, if that makes sense, and I just isolated myself and I hid myself, and I had no self-esteem. Then I went and lived with my dad, and my dad made it worse through the fucking bell end. And it's just fucking. I don't know what to fucking talk to. Like, I try and talk to my mum about it, but it's just like there's some things you don't talk to your fucking family about. In fact, there's a lot of things that you don't talk to your family about. Most of the things that you want to talk about, you don't talk to your family about. You know, my best friend in the world, it was my girlfriend. She really was. She was my best friend. Like, I should say. It's quite sad, really. I actually did love her quite a bit as well. And, I don't think she was the wrong person to be with. I was just angry when I said that. But I know that the relationship could help whatever it was that I was going through. I don't want to play games with people. You know, like people that you're talking to that might be interested in you. You have to play games with them. You have to manipulate them. You have to, you know what I mean? Because they'll do it to you. They will. Oh, you might get lucky. You might find someone genuine. But you won't. Not at 20. Because everyone's playing games when everyone's 20. Because people are stupid. People haven't been in a relationship long enough yet to realise that the only way to have a happy relationship is to play 0 games. See, I know that. Because I was in a relationship for 4 years. And when we stopped playing games, the relationship was magical, you know? For a bit. And then other problems arise. But you know, I don't want to play these games with people. I don't want to manipulate people. Like, I do. Well, that's all. Yeah, obviously I want to manipulate people, but not if I'm like actually intending to get with someone. You have to. You actually have to. Crazy. How have you not seen me yet? Thank you so much. Oh my god. I was gonna see if he would just kind of like stay in the wall then and then kill him. I've been able to kill him a few both. I was like cheating himself out. This is why I go back to my dad's though, when not seeing anyone, I don't need to be here. I go because it really does help me to just not have any of these thoughts. Because when I'm alone, you know, like you're alone, like all day, all night in your room, like it gets pretty hard not to get depressed, especially if you're not talking to someone. It's just there, you're left to stew. You know, it's the best thing you can do for yourself if you don't want to be miserable is to keep yourself active. Put yourself in a situation where your brain doesn't have time to be upset, essentially. That's why a lot of people throw themselves into their work or, you know, like, I don't know, take up a new hobby, stuff like that. I don't need any of that. Have a hobby. Multiple. I don't really bother with one of them, but yeah, I didn't even know where I was going with that. But essentially, oh yeah, being alone all day, every fucking day, it makes it harder to, you know, see what's in front of you because you're too busy thinking about what's behind you. And again, what's in front of me is very exciting either. specifically what's in front of me is pretty exciting. Game's good. I haven't been playing recently. I try to stream. You know, if I play a game, I will stream. But I just haven't been really playing much. I've been turning that on. I do mean to play. I just haven't like picked it up and really just stuck with it yet. You could say it's because I'm not on drugs. But I am on drugs. You can't say that. Screaming. You just sneak up on him like I've been doing the entire time. I thought he was like a charger. That's why he was in a straitjacket, because he was going to charge at me. But that was the screamer apparently. I'm pretty sure this puzzle here, pretty sure you can solve it just by looking at that. I'm stupid. I know it has something to do with the positions of the ones, because it adds a number every single, like it adds a number on the third one, weirdly. I don't know why. 10, 11, 0, 1. Okay, it's not that. Is it that? I might be overthinking it. 11. Nope. I'm just gonna think for a second. 101 is there every single time, so that's a constant. And then the second one, 0. Third one, 1, 0, 1. So it's like a 0 gets added here, and then a 1 gets pushed forward. So 1, 0, 1. But then why is there no there, and then 3 zeros there all of a sudden? It's like if 1 gets pushed forward, then I don't know. I really want to open this. Maybe I'll have to come back to it, because it's like highlighted orange. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just gonna Google it, because I want to know if what is this place called? Oh my god, it's binary. It's fucking binary code. 5489. It's fucking binary. Why not? I never would have got that. 5489, I believe it was. Check. Yeah, I don't think I would have got that. Is it different every time? Or did I just type in the wrong thing? Oh, 5490. Yeah, I probably should have guessed that. I was thinking, probably the reason potentially that I might have thought that is because, well, definitely, I was thinking to myself like, what's the pattern? There's a pattern. There's a descending pattern that I need to understand, and that's why I picked like fucking. That's why I was like, oh, push the one forward maybe, even though that made no sense really. Oh, I tried. Yeah, yes. Quite a lot of people like this story. It was pretty funny. Oh, that really confused me. Instead of like going through and playing games, I'm gonna like later on. I'm gonna try and just be like completely brutally honest and see how it goes. Because I'm not gonna lie, like even though I know that I'm not gonna date them, I couldn't do different. I really, really want like a genuine connection with someone new. Not anyone really, but someone new would be the only person that would be. Yeah, and I always get on better with girls. Guys, you're always God. Well, they are anyway. Not me. I don't care. I'll say anything. Do anything. I don't give a shit. But guys are always fucking guys. Like you send them a video of another man getting fucked, and like, it's horrible. Why would you send that? You're fucking the head you are. Like, if I send you a video of a girl getting fucked, you say the same thing. Doesn't matter. Maybe that is a little bit weird, but I don't know what I'm talking about. Shit, that's what I'm fucking doing. Wow. Come back. I'm pressing the wrong buttons to attack. The only times I've ever been able to hit one with like a fully charged grip. Everything's been weird for me recently. Like, I've been sleeping for like 6 to 7 hours at a time. No more, no less. I guess no more, no less doesn't really apply if it's 6 to 7. Then it could be more and it could be less. It could be both. It's been weird. I sleep loads. I sleep way too much. Like an unhealthy amount. I once slept for 24 hours. In fact, I've done that more than once, quite a few times. I'm glad that it's winter. I like winter quite a lot. Better than summer. But, you know, nobody really goes out that much in... Well, people go out all the time anyway, but people don't go out that much in winter. So, yeah, I feel less of a freak for not going out to like clubs and stuff like that. I just don't feel like I'm missing out. Like, I don't like drinking. The only reason I could possibly think of going to a place like that because I don't dance. I don't dance in front of people. Definitely not. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't. If you're not going out to meet people, which I'm assuming is why people go out. So if you're not doing that, then don't bother. You know? But if you are doing that, yeah, go for it. But I'm not going to. Don't change anything for me. I just don't want to. Too nervous. Too fucking nervous. I don't want to at all. Just don't want to look like a dick, you know? Like, every time I get drunk, I do something stupid, make a fucking fool of myself. I'll get angry, I don't know. I just don't fucking, I just don't handle alcohol very well. It's crazy, because, like, you know, people in my family love drinking, no hangovers or anything. Man drinks like crazy. I was fucking, I don't like it. I don't like drinking. Even at, like, when I'm drunk, I have like a couple of drinks, and it's supposed to be like all tipsy and nice. Yeah, it is. But at the same time, I know that I've got like an hour maybe until I start feeling like shit. And I'm, to be fair, I've never drank in a public environment as an adult. When I was younger, you know, I did go out and stuff when I was younger. Been to like a few parties and stuff like that. It's not like I've never done anything like that at all. Surely not. Whatever. Yeah, I'm just not a drinking person.
Because Lord knows, the main storyline does not. The setup is kind of cool. You are the arisen, chosen by a fell dragon to serve as a sort of benevolent counterweight to the dragon's destructive power. And
As the Arisen, you were loyal to the citizens, and you alone have been to rule the kingdom as sovereign. But when you arrive at the capital,
Usually, I'm the person that holds most of the power in a
convince people that you are the real chosen one.
relationship.
How do you convince people of that, though? Well, by doing a bunch of bullshit. The first major arc of the game sees you doing various tasks that are intended to ingratiate you to the public.
Shit.
Like
Protest in London.
message to a fishing village, or kill some monsters at these three very disparate sections of the map, or worst of all, sneak around town engaging in some confusing palace intrigue stuff that never really comes together, both in terms of gameplay mechanics and narrative payoff. You see, Dragon's Dogma has a
Trump edges closer to war on Venezuela. Here's what may happen next. Potential side effects include depression, loss of life, loss of self, PTSD.
the game essentially just immediately discards them. There's Madame who oversees a pleasure house in the capital, and you meet her in very notable circumstances, and she pulls you into her boudoir to reveal some critical information to you, and she does it with a fair amount of character and flair, and you're like, okay, cool, a new character has joined the mix, looking forward to hearing more from her throughout the adventure. After the scene, you never see her again. There's more story beats that unfold, like you get sent to a new capital to figure out how this fake Arisen is able to control pawns, and you have to craft this magic weapon and yada yada. In the absence of proper fleshed out characters, these story beats are just events that happen. The main character is silent, and your pawns have very few dialogue arcs. Like really crazy shit goes down during the story, and there really ought to be some main characters around the Arisen who's like, that shit was crazy. I'm glad you're okay. The closest we get is this dude, and he has less personality than those self-service checkout machines in the supermarket. I beg your forgiveness. The Green Region of the Genesis. I bear your life with healing courage. I had no choice but to treat this as a tender. Bless my ashes to the suspicion from what was. And this brings us back to that hate kind of thing I spoke about earlier. If you were to look at the people you meet during your journey, or the special forces you may encounter, or reflect on the specific tasks they're asking you to do, you might come to the conclusion that Dragon's Dogma 2 is quite lifeless and sterile, devoid of personality. But it's quite the opposite because of how it nurtured the
You know, if you really were, if you really were crazy, like really crazy about someone, I'm just crazy in general, and like this motherfucker guy, and you really didn't know, you were like at your wit's end, you didn't know how to get them back or whatever, over whatever it is that they may have done. What you could do, could get into the trunk of their car, close it, and then kill yourself. But the only problem is, it would not be a fun death. Oh, actually, no, you just shoot yourself in the head. You might even be able to tell, but you'll put their life up at least for a little while. Because everyone will just assume straight away that you killed them. But there's that there, the David thing. You might not have killed him. You might not have. You probably didn't. You know. But because of the situation, everyone thinks he's a fucking... Yeah, and to be fair, she was 15, so he is fucked anyway. Like, his career's over. But, you know, if she was like 20, it'd be the exact same. You know, people have been going crazy. He wouldn't have really been able to say anything. You know, it's like saying anything would have just made it worse. It's like, at the moment, yeah, he would have been fucked. And he might not have even done anything. You know what I mean? Nobody knows. Nobody really knows what's happening. We just know the incident that happened without any of the details. I don't think anyone has any details at all. And the police are not telling anybody, which, then it starts to make that seem like, okay, yeah, maybe he did do something. Or if it isn't that he killed her, you know, there was something going on at least. So why wouldn't they just say that, you know, she was an overdose, or he's not a suspect at this time? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay? I don't know. I do not know. I might be very curious. Good night. God damn, the fucking gore in this game is amazing. It's so fun watching their faces split open. Even though it's like the same, it looks the same every single time. It just looks so cool. Look how fucking cool that looks. It's so satisfying to do. That's why I'm using a fashion weapon, but it's just as fun to use the fucking blunt one as well. Just bonk them on the head. Bonk them on the head. Yeah. Yeah, no, you look like a fucking one of the French people. French I think it's easier to sneak around in this game than it was in Dying Light 2. I practically never bothered sneaking around in Dying Light 2. I had like no reason to. Just go in and kill everyone. But everyone was melee, so they didn't have any guns. So the game was just fucking easy. Like there was like no hard enemies at all. Like even like the special infected weren't hard. The volatiles were, but the volatiles are always going to be hard. But even then, like there was so many ways to cheese it and cheese volatiles in Dying Light 2. I mean there are in this game as well. But this game is just harder in general, which I like. I like that they put more of an emphasis on difficulty for this game. Like I was trying playing it on brutal to begin with. I got past the first few bosses, but then I just said, fuck this, I'm not doing this. It was fucking, really was, it wasn't easy. They should have a difficulty underneath brutal. It was like fucking story, normal, and then hard, and then brutal. But, that's not going to happen. What will happen is they'll probably put another game mode in. Like I don't know, Death Wish or something. All humans die after one bite. Let's make it harder. Pretty sure they've done that for the last couple of games. There's usually 4 difficulty options. Time is 5. I don't know. They literally look like those like Fent fucking motherfuckers in Los Angeles or wherever it is. I think it's everywhere. I think Zombie City is Los Angeles. Yeah, Los Angeles was always Zombie City. Yeah, look at him leaning up against the wall. Literally looks just like a fence zombie. Oh my god, come on, bro. I was trying to take a picture. Are you taking the fucking piss? Go back over there. Oh, that was quiet. Nope. Fuck this. Got another picture of the fence zombies. It's so satisfying because if you actually aim for the head as well, like it's so easy to actually hit them in the head. Like it's not difficult. So it's all like physics based. So it's just the most satisfying thing in the fucking world. There's a couple of fence zombies down there. Stuffed in a locker. Here's turn on the flashlight. I'm pretty sure it alerts them to you, which is why that guy noticed me before. If like you stay near them long enough, then they'll wake up. Like they had like a meter in like Dying Light 2. That might still be a thing. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna take a picture. Didn't he look like one of those Fent zombies? You know, in like LA? Fent goons.
Say that Dragon's Dogma 2's combat starts off strong and then really falls off. One of the game's most disappointing aspects, but very specifically. But before that, though, I definitely want to give Combat Institute. I really enjoyed it overall, and at times I loved it. There's such distinctiveness that comes through with each class and each combat style. I was particularly bowled over by how good it felt to play as a sorcerer or mage, because I know the melee combat gets a lot of attention, but for me, I don't think any game I've ever played has so perfectly nailed what it would feel like to be an actual wizard who slowly and deliberately conjures spells and commands the elements. The fact that you have these three AI companions around you to tank damage and distract the enemy allows you to
Yeah, you're gonna wake up in a second. I'm so close to him. If I move away, it starts going down. I'll go back to chilling. Maybe it won't. How did you not wake up? No! I didn't actually think about this, but I don't know if you can. Like, I don't know if the stamina bar, like the combat stamina bar that you've got at the beginning of the game, is the same one that you've got at the end. I know that, like, the parkour speed is different. You get a parkour efficiency upgrade every time you level up. Well, sometimes. Oh, maybe sometimes you get parkour efficiency, and then other times you get improved combat stamina. That's probably it. probably it. Because I think I've got more stamina now than I did at the start of the game.
They were huge and ferocious, and every encounter with them seemed so epic. But pretty soon, you realize that most of these enemies are pretty harmless so long as you're at the right level to fight them. They don't have very interesting or sophisticated move sets that make them lethal. It's generally really basic and repetitive attacks that are easily avoided. Their lethality comes from their raw stats versus your raw stats. And if they're much higher level than you, then they're tough. And if they aren't, then they aren't. This makes the first 10 to 20 hours of Dragon's Dogma the best part of the game. Because at that point, you are still pretty weak. Everything is new and everything is dangerous. But as you progress, you realize that there aren't many more of these mini-bosses for you to discover, and they don't gain new abilities or movesets later on, and they don't gain more stats either, meaning that the fearsome griffins you remember from the early game are little more than plump poultry ready to be fried by a flamethrower. There's definitely something to be said for the feeling of power and how that needs to be delivered by an RPG. Diablo 4's campaign, for example, was really unsatisfying because it's world-scaled with you. You never felt like you were getting stronger because whenever you did, your foes would also get proportionally stronger. It's not a rewarding feeling in an RPG, but if you're going to give the player power, it can't just be so they can steamroll stuff they've already fought. It has to be so they can face new challenges not yet met. Dragon's Dogma 2 definitely delivers on that promise within the first 20 hours, and then it just plateaus, and then it just falls off a cliff as your power completely outscales anything else in the game, including the hardest endgame bosses. And yeah, part of that difficulty curve is to encourage you to try out new classes, which begin dealing less damage at first, but you've sacrificed a very necessary part of your difficulty curve to deliver on that goal. It really doesn't feel worth it. With all these thoughts in my mind, I'm particularly excited to arrive at the unmoored zone at the end game. This is where you'll arrive after the fake ending, and it's here that Dragon's Dogma 2's title card finally appears, and I was like, oh yeah, training time's over, baby, it's time to get real. I was then stunned to face my first boss mob and just melt them. I realized then that they were the same mobs I was fighting in the moored zone with the same attacks and the same health and everything. I was super disappointed by this. In fact, this was the single most disappointing moment of my entire playthrough because I really felt like there was this combat system which was so fun to play, and all of the fun had been snapped out of it because of how easy the game had become. I also think that itemization is rather disappointing. There are some unique weapons that have added effects, like bonus damage if you avoid damage, or bonus elemental damage, or whatever. Weapons do allow for some very limited build craft. Armor, though, is just really nothing. It's just some basic stats, like 2% elemental resistance, or 5% sleep duration reduction. Stuff so minor that no one would ever take it into account when making a gearing decision. You look at all these classes and you think to yourself, imagine if you had a gear game that would allow you to customize them by adding interesting bonus effects to your spells or attacks, creating unique combinations that are entirely your own. But that still brings us back to that earlier problem. If the game is too easy with no build craft, imagine how trivial it would be if you could amplify your damage and survivability further. So I come back to what I said at the start of this block. I like combat in Dragon's Dogma 2. I love the class design. I love how distinct they each got to play. I loved how faithfully it delivered the spellcaster fantasy. I loved how important positioning was. I loved the first 1 or 2 times I fought each mini-boss, and I loved the first 10 to 20 hours where it felt like the difficulty curve would continue to curve. The excitement of facing new or deadly challenges in the late game really motivated me, and then it left me utterly crestfallen when I learned that those more challenging experiences just weren't there, as the combat model simply collapsed under the weight of all the raw stats I was now bringing to the table. It's so easy to imagine how all of this stuff could have been or should have been different, but they aren't, and that's kind of Dragon's Dogma 2's whole deal, especially when it comes to most of its non-combat gameplay systems. Development of Dragon's Dogma 1 and 2 were both led by Hideaki Itsuno, the director of the Devil May Cry series from 2 onwards. He delivered Devil May Cry 2, 3, and 4, and Capcom then handed the development of DMC to British-based Ninja Theory. 2012, which predates the era where open world games became ubiquitous, no pun intended. At around this time, the open world template was still being constructed using inputs like Far Cry 2, Grand Theft Auto, and of course, Elder Scrolls Oblivion, the latter of which was one of the primary points of inspiration for Dragon's Dogma. And that's really interesting because you've got a team of people who are extremely experienced in making extraordinary action combat in Devil May Cry, but no experience in open world design, let alone systemic open world design like you see in an Elder Scrolls game. But they're trying to make something like an Elder Scrolls game. It's little surprise then that Dragon's Dogma ends up the way that it does. A game with really sick combat that outpaces pretty much any other open world game, combined with a set of open world design elements and systems that are really thrown together and half-baked that just don't work. I mean, I don't know exactly how they were in Dragon's Dogma 1, but they're pretty busted here in Dragon's Dogma 2, and if they're not busted, then they just feel really poorly thought out or superfluous. Like, take crafting, for example. You can craft all sorts of foods and healing salves and elixirs and yada yada, but do you need to? Nope. If you want heals, just bring a mage with you, and they'll keep you topped up. You can restore full health when you camp or sleep at an inn or in your house. Stamina is generally not really much of a problem, and if the base amount is fairly generous, elixirs that boost your combat efficiency are pretty pointless, even at the early game, but even more so at the late game for reasons I discussed earlier. You can essentially completely ignore all of the gathering and crafting stuff in this game, and you'll be no worse for it. It really just is systems bloat. Quests also fall into this category of being very clunkily implemented and sometimes broken. There was one quest chain that involved trying to free this kid from prison, and I got to a point where I'm bribing the jailer, and he's like, okay man, just come back tomorrow, because I got to file some paperwork first. And I'm like, alright, so I run all the way back to my town, and I sleep in my house, because, time is a thing in this game, and so I wake up, and then I run back to the prison, and then the jailer's like, I need some more money, it's complicated, and he's just shaking me down at this point. I'm like, yeah, fine, whatever, here's your money. And then he's like, okay, come back tomorrow, and I'll definitely let him out then. I'm like, alright, fine, whatever. So I run back to my house again, sleep again, run back to him again, and when I approach the jailer, he just says he needs more time. So I go back to my house like 3 more times, trying to get this to work, but nothing happens each time. And I ended up looking up the quest online, and sure enough, it's bugged. The entire quest chain was no longer available to me. Nothing I could do to fix it. That brings us to Dragon's Dogma 2's time system, which is fine on its own. And in fact, it's a huge boon to the game's sandbox because it does result in the day-night cycle, which is very important. Because traveling at night is way more dangerous than traveling during the day. Great system, well on Capcom. The problem is when Capcom try to combine that system with anything else. There are a number of quests where some quest givers are like, come back to me tomorrow. And so all you do is run back to your house or a bench and then sleep and then run back. It's super goofy and unnecessary and a total waste of time, but it's something that the game employs constantly for reasons unknown. The worst example of half-baked gameplay systems, though, is stealth. So there are certain locations in the game where everything is telling you very plainly that you should not be there. There's some, palace grounds, there's a pleasure house, there's a forbidden magic research center, which literally has the word forbidden in it, but that doesn't stop you from just walking around in that place like you own it. Like there's this one guard who's guarding the entrance to the forbidden magic research center, and she literally says, do not dare think you could slink your way in. And yet I could just walk past her, and she does nothing at all. No one in this whole complex seems to have any problem with me being there, even though they have clearly up to some very secret, very nefarious shit. It's hard to take Dragon's Dogma 2 seriously in a moment like that. Like, that's ridiculous, right? Is this bugged? Is this the intention of the developers? Did they want to fix this, but they ran out of time? Do they plan to fix it in the future? I don't know. But it speaks to a larger issue about how unresponsive the townships are to the presence of the player. Not only does security not work, but you can walk into anyone's shop or house and rob them blind while they stand right there in front of you. And they won't say shit. You literally just walk around the back of any shop you find and pilfer their coin sack, and the NPC has no problem with that. That is very, very immersion shattering in a game that is otherwise very immersive. The open roads of Dragon's Dogma 2 feel full and alive, and they're this canvas where you write your own story, but the cities and towns feel like a Chuck E. Cheese fulfill their roles, they have no ability to actually see or react to anything. Again, seeing the discourse around Dragon's Dogma 2, I was very surprised to not see this stuff talked about more because it genuinely feels like big chunks of this game are not finished. There are a number of pretty core systems across combat, itemization, world design, and NPC behavior that feel like they're in alpha state. Like the assets have been dropped onto the map or the menus, but the stuff that actually makes it all work hasn't been added to the game yet. It's very, very odd, and it's one of the many reasons that I walked away from Dragon's Dogma 2 rather obsessed with the thought of what it could have been rather than celebrating what it actually is. Separate from that broader disappointment are a number of micro disappointments, as you might call them. Like, there's only one save file. If you want to delete it, you have to go through all this annoying bullshit. When I finished the game with the true ending, I assumed that I'd be able to load back into my previous save and continue writing stuff. But nope, the only option available to me was a new game plus or starting a whole new character. The save system also has some really funny quirks that can see you lose hours of progress if you're unlucky. That did not happen to me, thankfully, but I know more than a few people that happened to. Performance is also not great. See, I played it on an RTX 4090, and even then I was getting regular frame dips and crashes. It's meant to be far, far worse on low-end hardware, and it's unclear if and or when performance will be improved. Then there's the paid content stuff, like the ability to buy port stones or certain currencies or whatever, and yet you don't need to buy them, and they don't win in the game, but they shouldn't exist. Full stop. They just shouldn't. Just like they shouldn't exist in Resident Evil 4 Remake or Devil May Cry 5. The difference here is that fast travel is so crucial a game system that to them monetize any part of it is to immediately invite all sorts of cynical speculation, and justifiably so. Capcom, they got slapped around for the inclusion of these things, and I, for one, am glad about that, because hopefully it deters them and other publishers from adding paid convenience items to full-price single-player video games. We really do not need any more. So again, with all of that said, all of those complaints, major and minor, why is Dragon's Dogma 2 good? And the honest truth is, I don't quite know for sure. But I am pretty certain it's because Dragon's Dogma 2 is able to capture the essence of the journey in a way that very few video games can. There is an incredible sense of adventure and promise that fills you every time you step foot outside of a city or a town and chart a course for a new destination. You may backtrack hither and thither, but no two journeys you undertake will ever be the same, because even the most minor of changes you make each time, as little as a different tilt of the camera, might reveal aught you had not seen before, and in that moment, a whole new journey begins to unfurl. That is so powerful and so rare in video games, it makes it a little bit easy, for me personally at least, to forgive Dragon Dogma 2's many, many shortcomings and focus instead on the unforgettable moments of discovery and triumph that this game regularly delves out. For that reason, I do recommend Dragon's Dogma 2. Mother's Day is coming up real soon, and it's always tricky to figure out what to get Mum. Some flowers? They're gone in like a couple of days. Some chocolates? Come on, my man, your mum's trying to keep her sugar intake down, and you are not helping. Here's an idea then. How about premium wireless earbuds thanks to this video's sponsor, Raycon? Think I'm joking, but I'm not. Does your mum listen to podcasts? Then she needs a good set of earbuds. Does she go to the gym or get her daily constitutional in? Then she needs a good set of earbuds too. But I hear you, you're thinking earbuds are expensive, right? Well, not Raycon's. Raycon earbuds have always been some of the best value earbuds on the market, delivering sound quality, features, and battery life that competes with premium earbuds. Raycon delivers all of that at a fraction of the cost. It's such a reasonable price point that I've bought many pairs over the years, gifting them to friends and family, because we all need another set of earbuds, right? Now we keep in our backpack, our gym bag, or the ones we leave in our lockers at school or work. Nothing I hate more than being without earbuds. Having a few pairs of Raycons laying around has saved me on plenty of occasions. As for using them, I've always loved them. They're custom gel tips create a snug, comfortable, noise-isolating fit, and Raycons actually stay in my ear. That's one of the biggest reasons I use them. I've tried other earbuds, and the shape of my ear means they just fall Raycon stay in no matter what I'm doing. They have earbud tap functions allowing me to pause or skip songs without having to touch my phone. Plus, they sound great, and the carry case is nice and small, so it fits really easily in my pocket. So if you want to spoil mom this Mother's Day or just grab a pair for yourself, you can get 20% off anything on the Raycon site plus free shipping by visiting buyraycon.com/skillup. That landing page will get you at least 20% off site-wide. That's buyraycon.com/skillup. Premium audio at a very affordable price. Thanks, Raycon, for sponsoring the video. Thank you for watching.
The fear of the unknown, mercy of ignorance, and existential dread. There's an appeal to Lovecraft that's hard to deny, an ability to get under the skin and transport their imagination to places as disturbing and fascinating. Over the years, the works of Howard Lovecraft have grown in popularity and gone on to cast a long shadow over many facets of popular culture. From Lovecraft conventions to cute, creepy merchandise, it seems many people just can't get enough of the Lovecraftian. And there have been many new pieces of work that have drawn inspiration from and continue the legacy of Lovecraft himself. Ultimately, the works of H.P. Lovecraft haven't just spawned their own horror subgenre. They've become a major part of pop culture, and perhaps no medium makes that more obvious than video games. You don't have to look far to find Lovecraftian elements or entities in popular games. Lovecraftian creatures are pretty much a staple in most high fantasy settings, from multiple enemies in Dungeons and Dragons to everything about the old gods in World of Warcraft to some of the Daedric princes in the Elder Scrolls or Dagon and the Woodland race in The Witcher. And it doesn't stop there. Games like XCOM, Fallout, Quake, League of Legends, Terraria, and many more all either feature multiple references to or take heavy inspiration from the works of H.P. Lovecraft. But this video isn't about games with Lovecraftian elements. It's about those games that take things a whole step further. Games which either describe themselves as Lovecraftian or have been widely described by others as such, and which, by design, have tried to deliver specifically Lovecraftian experiences. This deep dive into the world of Lovecraftian video games will look at most of the best-known Lovecraftian games out there, and a few of the lesser-known, and in doing so, try to answer a simple question. Why aren't there more successful Lovecraftian video games? Because there is clearly an audience. It seems pretty obvious that there are lots of people that play video games who either like the works of H.P. Lovecraft or just enjoy Lovecraftian ideas and concepts. You hear people who play games say all the time that they're fans of Lovecraftian horror. Game reviewers often praise Lovecraftian elements just by virtue of their inclusion. Any new Lovecraftian game that's announced always gets a decent amount of hype just because people are so eager for Lovecraftian games, and older Lovecraftian games often enjoy a cult following. There are lots of people out there that want more Lovecraftian games, so where are they? There seems to be two common answers to this. Firstly, that games, as a medium, are bad at telling Lovecraftian stories, either because of their desire to be power fantasies, or because games are a visual medium that can struggle to depict certain Lovecraftian things. The second answer is that the creators of these Lovecraftian video games just don't understand Lovecraft or Lovecraftian horror, and so fail to do it justice. But the thing is, I don't find either of these answers very satisfying. The first is something I reject
entirely, and the setting seems overly simplistic. But I suppose that is a discussion which will have to wait until a bit later, because if there is one thing that I can't disagree with, it is, unfortunately, that there really aren't that many good Lovecraftian games out there. And having played so many of these games recently in preparation for this video, that's been made more obvious to me than ever. But there is still a lot that can be learned by looking at these games. And so, join me as we delve into the abyss of Eldritch abominations, cyclopean nightmares, and indescribable cliches to look at where these games have went right and where they went wrong, and maybe see what lessons can be taken away for the future. But before we truly get underway, a quick note on spoilers. This video will look at a range of games, the most prominent of which are shown on the screen now, and because I will be covering a range of games, I'll do my best to keep things spoiler-free, but you should still be aware that there may be some minor plot details that might be revealed over the course of this journey. Anyway, to start things off, two modern games with a lot in common, which make for a great double feature of pure mediocrity. Cast your mind back to the summer of 2018, and the gaming future looked pretty promising for Lovecraft fans, with not one, but two upcoming full-length standalone Lovecraft-themed adventures. Probability-wise, it seemed like fairly good odds that at least one of these might actually be good. But alas, it was not to be. Cyanide's Call of Cthulhu and Fogware's The Sinking City are not very good games. Each is riddled with its own technical and gameplay-related problems that bring the experience down, although it should be made clear that despite many similarities, gameplay-wise these two titles are quite different. Call of Cthulhu is relatively short and largely linear. A few light stealth and puzzle sections break up what is otherwise a pure walking simulator, and what actual gameplay there is simplistic and unengaging, with the few shooting sections feeling so poorly executed, it's a wonder they were actually left in a game. Call of Cthulhu's main selling point is its light RPG elements, and the choices the player is allowed to make in what skills they choose to level up, and what dialogue options they choose in conversations. This sounds great on paper, and Call of Cthulhu even uses some of the systems of Chaosium's popular pen and paper role-playing game of the same name. But don't be misled. The RPG elements provide little more than an illusion of choice, with both what you choose to level up and what you choose during dialogue sections playing almost no role in how things actually play out. The best case scenario is you don't realize just how shallow these systems actually are, and so can get some enjoyment from thinking you're making choices that matter. But if you do look a little closer, Call of Cthulhu's flimsy facade of fair choice quickly crumbles. As for the presentation, it's probably one of the game's stronger aspects, with facial animations and voice acting being of a decent quality, and environments looking firmly okay. Although it has to be said that there aren't many different environments in the game, with many locations ending up being reused. Still, special mention needs to be given to the audio mixing, which is, frankly, terrible. Every cutscene is far, far quieter than the rest of the game's audio, making each in-game transition jarring. There's no way to adjust this, and it really comes across as just amateur. So, what's good about this game? Well, it's short, and if that doesn't sound like very high praise, well, let me introduce you to The Sinking City. Call of Cthulhu is a short, shallow, and linear narrative experience that is certainly poor value for money, but at least it doesn't overstay its welcome. By contrast, The Sinking City is a sprawling and bloated mess, which shows far more potential, but also features far more tedium, with repetitive and buggy gameplay unnecessarily stretching out its playtime. It's an open-world game with plenty of content, but that open world is both a blessing and a curse. Oakmont, the city that is apparently sinking, is in its own way quite impressive. Not only is urban environment seen in other modern games, but compared to the small collection of buildings in Call of Cthulhu that are somehow meant to pass as a town, Oakmont feels like an impressive step up. And when the story of each game focuses on a million-town detective investigating their surroundings, it helps a lot that there is an actual believable town here to investigate. But there is a downside to this sprawling, slimy metropolis, which is that it's not very fun to traverse. You see, a lot of the city is flooded, which means you need to take a boat that controls very clumsily and gets stuck on things all the time. When this happens, you're going to need to swim, which is not only slow, but the water is also filled with monsters which just kill you. So that's always something to look forward to. The city is also surprisingly restrictive, with many paths being blocked off, increasing with travel time. Later on, you have enough quick travel points that the problem of wasted time spent traveling is lessened, but there's still plenty of frustration in store before you get to that point. In an interesting twist to the open world formula, the sinking city also forces you to actually use your map. Rather than quest markers showing you where to go, NPCs and your quest log instead give you a district and street name and then leave the rest to you. You'll have to open up your map and scour the streets of Oakland yourself to find the place where two streets intersect, so you can then set your own map marker to follow. This is more difficult than it sounds, but while repeatedly having to waste a couple minutes each time you open your map might annoy some players, it's a small addition that I ended up liking quite a lot. What can I say? I like maps, and I wish more games would make you actually use them. Still, there is more to the Sinking City's gameplay than staring at the map screen. It also has plenty of third-person survival horror-esque style action against a small number of very often repeated rough-punching monsters, and it's fine. I mean, I have played worse, but here we see the problem of shooting your way through hordes of Lovecraftian abominations, which is that shooters and action games are often enjoyable because they function as power fantasy, whereas Lovecraft stories are, at their very core, the exact opposite of this. And so the action gameplay of the Sinking City creates a noticeable disconnect between its own narrative themes. What's even worse is how nonchalantly everyone seems to act about these things. Just a few minutes into the game, you're getting attacked by these monsters, and no one ever seems to think this is a big deal. Not far into your in-game journey, you're getting sent down into abandoned basements to clear these things out, as if they're no different to common house spiders or something. And some of these monsters are pretty intimidating. Like, I don't know about you, but if I went down to my next door neighbor's basement and got attacked by these things, I'd have something to say about it. It would be a pretty big deal, and the next time my neighbor was like, "Hey man, want to go down to my basement, grab a few pesky critters, and yourself a couple of bucks?" I'm like, no, I wouldn't, because those things are not normal, not even close. But in Oakland, apparently they are. These horrible monsters are just a normal part of everyday life. And if that's the case, then what's the point in them? What's the point in putting scary Lovecraftian entities in the game if everyone's just going to act like they're no big deal, and the player is able to blast through hundreds of them as you run around doing side quest number 27 to find Mr. Fiddlestick's lucky pen? And yeah, by the way, the Sinking City has lots of boring side quests because it's an open world game, and of course it does. There's also detective work. This is a feature of both Call of Cthulhu and the Sinking City, and in both it involves wandering around and interacting with various objects, which is then accompanied by your character's generic detective inner monologuing. But while that's about the extent of things in Call of Cthulhu, the Sinking City actually has what could be considered detective gameplay. You do need to piece certain clues together, and at times work out where to go next yourself, rather than just click objects and rely on the game to tell you exactly where to go and what to do. That doesn't mean the Sinking City's execution of the detective work is always good. It can be frustratingly vague at times, but at least there's an attempt at delivering on the basic premise of being a detective, and for that it certainly deserves some credit. So, when it comes to gameplay, these two games are quite different, and which is better is down to preference. Call of Cthulhu is simpler simple and inoffensive, while the sinking city is ambitious and flawed. In both cases, it can probably be argued that the biggest problem is a limited budget and troubled development, with both games coming from small studios and having had several delays. Ultimately, though, gameplay isn't really the primary appeal of these games, and so maybe many of these faults could be overlooked if they were able to deliver a good Lovecraftian story, but they don't. To give you a brief spoiler-free overview, it's the 1920s, and you play as a Boston-based grizzled World War I veteran turned private detective with a drinking problem and a troubled past. A new mysterious case sends you off to a remote and isolated fishing town that's obviously inspired by England, where you meet distrusting locals that have their own sinister secrets. Throw in some kooky side characters, a few cults, some generic monsters, a couple elder god things, and a whole load of ominous visions, and then top it all off with a healthy dosage of protagonist insanity, and that's about it. Now, you may be thinking, hang on a second, you didn't mention which game you're talking about here. And that's true, because of course I'm talking about both. Because in premise and setting, they really are that similar. I mean, there are some differences. One has a big subplot about spooky art, while the other has this weird monkey person, and there are all sorts of other important differences, like how one protagonist has a full beard while the other only has stubble. But despite the existence of such radical divergences, it has to be said, the amount of similarities is shocking. And in the end, that's what makes these two games so easy to condemn. The sheer amount they have in common displays a complete lack of originality that's impossible to ignore. Even if you were to be charitable and give a free pass to their many gameplay and technical failings, there isn't anything underneath to make these games worth experiencing. They are overwhelmingly Lovecraftian, but it's to a fault. They're so busy shoving every Lovecraftian element they can think of into the mix that there's no room left for actual creativity and no attention given to genuinely decent storytelling. Because it should also be said that both games' stories are a mess, with major characters or plot points being introduced that later seem to just be forgotten, and with endings that are exactly what you expect them to be, just a whole lot less satisfying. In the end, the most accurate description of Call of Cthulhu and the Sinking City is Lovecraftian fan service. Both games seem to overcompensate their many shortcomings by trying as hard as possible to throw in things they think Lovecraft fans like. But, as my grandmother used to say, too many tentacles spoil the broth. And the thing is, if the jumbled mess of Lovecraftian fan service is all you're after, well, it was done better before, back in 2006. In many ways, Call of Cthulhu Dark Corners of the Earth sets a low bar. For the most part, it's a dated first-person shooter with clunky stealth, bad gunplay, overly long and empty level design, and terrible AI. The story isn't exactly good either. Once more, you take the reins of a Boston-based detective who takes the wrong case. Dark Corners of the Earth starts as a kind of retelling of the well-known Lovecraft story, The Shadow over Innsmouth, before the need for first-person shooting turns it into a kind of Lovecraftian Rambo. Then you meet and get tortured by J. Edgar Hoover, who recruits you to go explore a factory where you find a shovel. And you then end up on a boat and have a gunfight with Dagon, and after that, things start to really get wild. So, if not for the story, why is Dark Corners of the Earth better than the previously mentioned games? Well, it's because despite its many flaws, there are some things it does really well, like the entire opening segment where you explore Innsmouth. Not only is this recreation of the run-down harbour town faithful to its source material, it also manages to capture its defining, unwelcoming atmosphere without becoming too over the top to the point it feels like parody. Dark Corners of the Earth's Innsmouth is unsettling. The player is dropped into the centre of town and left to puzzle out their own way amidst the constant scrutiny of the locals. The feeling of being an outsider is pervasive, and some wait around every corner leads to a slow building of tension that culminates in an adrenaline-pumping chase across rooftops as your position as outsider shifts to intruder, and your hunt for answers ends with you being the one hunted. If you've never read or heard of Lovecraft before in your life, this is a fun and effective introduction to the game's setting that can easily create a real sense of unease and dread in the player. And if you are familiar with the story this section is based upon, it's a delightfully indulgent adventure which comes as close as you will get to allowing you to play and therefore experience for yourself what it's like to be inside an H.P. Lovecraft story. There's little about this that's breaking new ground. It is, at its core, a kind of fan service, but it's the satisfying kind that doesn't pretend to be any more than what it is. And as for the other things, the boss fights with great old ones, or the hordes of cultists and monsters you mow down over the course of the game, well, they are a problem. In fact, every YouTube video or games media article that's popped up over the years complaining about how games just don't get Lovecraft may as well have been specifically talking about Dark Corners of the Earth, because not only is it guilty as charged, it's also one of the only serious games where you actually do fight large Lovecraftian monsters in arcade boss fights. And I'm not going to deny that it is pretty dark. You see, the purpose of entities like Dagon, and even more so your Cthulhu's, is that they are big and mysterious and scary, and that humans seem insignificant by comparison. So these creatures do just pop up as boss fights where they act as obstacles in your path to be swatted away. It goes directly against their main purpose, and undermines many of the themes that Lovecraft's stories tried so hard to evoke. The fact that Dark Corners of the Earth uses actual creatures created by Lovecraft himself makes this even more egregious. If you take your Lovecraft lore seriously enough, this is no mere faux pas, it's more akin to sacrilege. But we should be clear about the reason this game is the way it is, which is that it came out in 2006, and that was a time when full-price games weren't allowed to fool themselves narrative experiences and get away with not having any actual gameplay. Dark Corners of the Earth wasn't always envisioned as a straight-up first-person shooter. Originally, it featured more RPG elements with a non-linear story and deeper investigations. But, as with many a game, the combination of low budget and not enough time led to revisions and, ultimately, the end product we see today, where levels are filled with enemies needing to be shot down just to give the player something to do, and, as was fashionable for the time, lackluster boss fights were inserted to try to create some kind of gameplay set piece that might temporarily distract players and critics away from the game's other failings. As for the idea that games are inherently power fantasies and that combat should always be avoided in a Lovecraftian game, well, that's not necessarily true. Just because this is something Dark Corners of the Earth does fail at, doesn't make this a universal rule. A game can have combat and boss fights without being a power fantasy. Look at something like Silent Hill 2, which has players fighting through many enemies over the course of the game, and even fighting several memorable bosses without ever coming close to feeling like a power fantasy. Whether a game wishes to empower or disempower the player is up to the developer, and they have the tools at their disposal to do both. But just because it is theoretically possible for a game to have combat or boss fights while still being classified as Lovecraftian horror, doesn't mean that's what Dark Corners of the Earth is. Make no mistake, Call of Cthulhu Dark Corners is an interesting piece of Lovecraftian fan service, nestled within a fairly bad game. Those issues I raised at the start of this section, like weak gunplay and bad AI, are not so easy to just gloss over when you're not actually playing the game. So make of Dark Corners of the Earth what you will. It's no Lovecraftian masterpiece, but it may be worth experiencing for a certain type of fan. Still, if Dark Corners of the Earth is marred in part by being a product of its time, with its thematically disconnected and clunky first-person shooter gameplay, maybe it's instead worth looking to the indie scene for answers, where games are less beholden to mainstream gameplay conventions and have more freedom to do their own thing. The rise of the indie gaming scene has led to many breakout success stories of developers stepping up to cater to audiences previously unsatisfied. So, with lots of gaming fans hungry for more Lovecraft, it would seem to be a perfect match. In this section of the video, we'll look at 4 different indie games, each undeniably Lovecraftian and each successful in their own way. The first of which is the short and largely linear, narrative-focused walking simulator, Canarium. Much like the earlier settlers of the Earth, Canarium is the specific Lovecraft story to retell in its own way. This time, it is thankfully not the overly used Shadow over Innsmouth, but rather another well-known story, At the Mountains of Madness, which follows the chilling discoveries of a scientific expedition that unearths an ancient ruin hidden among a mountain range in the Antarctic. In Canarium, you play as one member of this expedition who awakens to find the research base deserted and journeys into the ruin in search of answers. While the gameplay is limited to walking forwards and occasionally solving the odd puzzle, Canarium at least succeeds in having a more limited focus than the games we've looked at already. It doesn't try to be as many different Lovecraftian things as possible, and it doesn't get bogged down worrying about how to combine its Lovecraftian setting with mismatched gameplay. And so your descent into this otherworldly ruin feels atmospheric, and the feeling of getting to walk through and experience something straight out of one of Lovecraft's novellas is appreciated. Unfortunately, a narrative-focused game lives and dies by the quality of its story, and Canarium ends up falling a bit short of expectations. It does deserve credit for breaking away from its source material to do its own thing, and things do get pretty weird, but in the end, the conclusion feels confusing and unsatisfying. The story is left feeling underexplained, and any weight the ending is meant to carry feels unearned, with the player having little actual attachment to either the main characters or the events that are meant to have played out. So, on the one hand, while Canarium suggests that a shorter and more focused Lovecraftian narrative experience has the potential to work well, it also happens to be the case that this particular example ends up feeling a little unimpressive. Up next, we have The Last Door, an episodic pixel art point-and-click adventure game kickstarted on a modest budget way back in 2012. The Last Door takes heavy inspiration from the works of H.P. Lovecraft, as well as Edgar Allan Poe, and was commercially successful enough to get a second season. The plot revolves around a group of childhood friends' seemingly innocent search for knowledge that takes a tragic turn. The graphics are basic, even by pixel art standards. Voice acting is non-existent, and the gameplay is much like any other old-school adventure game. But don't let that fool you. The Last Door proves that less really can be more. Take a look at the game's first scene that serves as a mini tutorial teaching you the basics of control and gameplay. What The Last Door lacks in graphical finesse, it makes up for in style and direction, with clever use of music and sound effects doing a lot of the heavy lifting in creating a constant sense of foreboding that gradually builds tension. The minimalistic graphics leave plenty of room for your imagination to do the rest of the work, and the slow, investigative gameplay really draws you into this unsettling mystery. For a point-and-click adventure game, the gameplay is pretty good. Although, if you play both Season 1 1 and Season 2 back to back, it's easy to start to get tired of the same drawn-out gameplay of wandering around and endlessly clicking and combining every item you find to try to progress things along. There's also nothing new Season 2 adds in terms of gameplay, and some of the effective tricks the game uses so cleverly to build atmosphere start to feel a bit stale. But without Season 2, there's no kind of narrative conclusion, so enjoying just Season 1 as a standalone game doesn't work all that well either. But despite this issue with length and pacing, The Last Door is a good game. And what's more, for probably the first time in this video, The Last Door is also a good horror game. There's just one problem. If The Last Door is a game that's clearly inspired by both Lovecraft and Edgar Allan Poe, well, it's the Poe side of the game that's really good. Things do take a very Lovecraftian turn later on, but this is probably the weakest part of the experience, and the horror that The Last Door uses so effectively isn't very often Lovecraftian horror. I mean, it is somewhat psychological, it's unsettling, it gets under your skin, but it's not exactly existential, and it's certainly not cosmic, more macabre and surreal. Then again, things do take a clear Lovecraftian turn later on, with questions raised about the nature of reality and the consequences to the pursuit of truth. But even then, these questions feel more likely come from a place of post-enlightenment rationalism that feels somewhat divorced to the more inescapable and hopeless cynicism of Lovecraft. So The Last Door is a good horror game. It might be going a little bit too far to say that it's a good horror game despite its Lovecraftian elements, but I certainly wouldn't say it's a good horror game because of its Lovecraftian elements. Still, the presentation of The Last Door certainly has its advantages to any Lovecraftian storyteller. To show you what I mean, let's return to the 2018 Call of Cthulhu. At the very beginning of the game, the protagonist examines a painting. He comments on its strange beauty and how it fills him with dread. And stuff like this happens quite often in Call of Cthulhu and the Sinking City, where you're playing as a detective who frequently examines and monologues about various things. H.P. Lovecraft was quite a descriptive author, so this is very reminiscent of his writing style, where many things were described as hideous or as making one feel uneasy or faint, and so on. But this style of writing only works because you, the reader, have no reason to doubt these descriptions. In a game where they are represented visually, things are a bit different. You can see them yourself and so can come to your own conclusions. Let's go back to that painting. Do you feel this is strangely beautiful? Does it fill you with dread? Because to me, this painting looks silly, like it's trying way too hard and its style doesn't fit the setting. So that makes a clear disconnect between what the player feels and what their character feels, and when moments like this happen regularly, there's a problem. It's that previously mentioned problem of how to do Lovecraft right in a visual medium, such as video games. You can't just adopt the same style and strategy that a book can, because this isn't a book. But in The Last Door, where everything is represented with minimal details, stuff like this works perfectly. So if a game developer did want to mimic the descriptive style of Lovecraft, there is a way. Don't show everything, just show enough and leave the rest to the player's imagination. We'll look at another game that is a great example of this later, but for now, let's look at another Lovecraftian indie game Dungeon is one of those games whose reputations precede it. Known for its high difficulty and punishing gameplay that combines the high stakes of permadeath with a healthy side of RNG, Darkest Dungeon is a turn-based, grind-heavy dungeon crawler that achieved a lot of popularity, particularly with Twitch audiences. It's also a bit different to every other game so far, in the sense that it's not a game that prioritizes narrative over gameplay. Instead, Darkest Dungeon's main appeal lies in its gameplay systems, with its overall premise being fairly simple and its lore, while interesting, being placed firmly in the background. The plot revolves around the player's character inheriting an estate from their ancestor, who had previously excavated the dungeons beneath their land, unearthing some kind of ancient evil in the process. You send parties of hired adventurers, whose bravery and or desire for money far exceeds their common sense, off into the darkness to bring back loot and level up in preparation for taking on the Darkest Dungeon. Over the course of the game, you'll fight plenty of dark fantasy enemies, ranging from your normal selection of undead monsters to eldritch fishmen and tentacled abominations. In that sense, Darkest Dungeon is not so different from Dungeons and Dragons or World of Warcraft, in that it uses Lovecraftian creatures to add to and complement its otherwise fantasy setting. What really sets Darkest Dungeon apart, however, is its atmosphere, tone, and the way in which its themes are reinforced through its gameplay. One of the key parts of Lovecraftian horror is the feeling of helplessness and hopelessness that comes with being confronted by things beyond mortal comprehension, and in the stories of H.P. Lovecraft, mankind's fragility and vulnerability are laid bare, often leading to devastating consequences for those involved. Now compare that to Darkest Dungeon. Humanity is depicted as inconsequential in quite a literal way. You hire disposable humans who are sent off to die and be replaced with little regard, emphasizing how small human life is compared to the ever-present creeping horror that infests these lands. These disposable humans are the heroes of the story, and their fallibility is always a central focus, thanks to the affliction system, whereby characters accrue stress gradually through time spent in dungeons, which leads to them potentially having breakdowns mid-fight. The mortality of these humans is also hard to avoid, as the potential of a permanent death lurks around every corner. In Darkest Dungeon, humanity is presented as weak. Human life is insignificant, and fighting creatures of horror has very real and serious consequences. The sense of dread and despair is ever present, reinforced by both the mechanical and stylistic design choices the game makes. Even the incredibly enjoyable narration of the game has a slightly Lovecraftian feel to it, with its antiquated use of language and sheer verbosity. So, while Darkest Dungeon is not solely a Lovecraftian game, it incorporates several themes and Lovecraftian elements, which are conveyed by gameplay as well as story to great success. And maybe that's part of why the Darkest Dungeon is such a good take on Lovecraft. Because being Lovecraftian isn't its sole focus, it means the Lovecraftian elements don't have to do all the heavy lifting on their own. Instead, these Lovecraftian aspects are able to nestle comfortably amidst its gothic and dark fantasy setting, where they can be used effectively and selectively to produce a feeling of atmosphere few games can match. Darkest Dungeon isn't a horror game, but it still might be one of the best examples of Lovecraftian horror out there. The next game you have to look at is even less of a horror game. Released in 2015, Sunless Sea isn't an easy game to explain. It's a story-rich, exploration-based sort of roguelite where you take the helm of a Z captain to navigate the world of fallen London, a Victorian-era alternative universe where London has sunk beneath the Earth's surface to sit amidst the vast underground ocean of weirdness known as the Undersea. There is a gameplay side gain or lose certain resources, and, most importantly, increases your knowledge. This includes knowledge of what the hell you're actually meant to do in this game, which is initially not explained at all, making this a very confusing game for new players. But it also includes knowledge as a resource in a variety of different forms that you can use to make money or trade for other things. Outside of fuel and supplies, most of what you do trade in Summer Sea is information, which is represented as defined objects you currently possess. Secrets, tales of terror, recent news, etc. The more, the better, and that makes for a pretty big difference to the norm in Lovecraftian stories where knowledge is dangerous and undesirable. So why is Summer Sea in this video? Well, it needs to be acknowledged that different people like Lovecraft for different reasons. For some, it's the horror, the lingering unease behind the ideas these stories present, whereas others might be fans of Lovecraft primarily as an author, for his prose and writing style. But for a certain subset of Lovecraftian fans, it's probably more to do with the lore, the variety of invented creatures, great ones, and elder things existing in some kind of weird shared universe. For some, it's this actual mythos and discovering the details behind it that make up the main appeal. And there's nothing wrong with that. You can be a fan of something for whatever reason you want. The Cthulhu mythos is weird and creative, and maybe that's what draws you to it. And if that is the case, then Summer Sea might have a lot to offer. It's something new that is weird and wonderful and just waiting to be explored. You can never be too sure what to expect with Summer Sea, and a lot of the flavour of this universe has a distinctly Lovecraftian vibe to it. You can lose your sanity, run away from oversized Z-monsters, sacrifice crew members to the gods, develop an addiction to human flesh, and so on. But while there is a terror meter in-game, I would say the weirdness of Summer Sea is more charming than it is horrifying. On one island, you come across a civilization of feudal guinea pigs fighting a war against an industrializing society of rats. You can choose to get involved and become one faction's hero, and it is a bit silly. But that's Summer Sea. As the game is largely text-based, it does mean there's really no limit to how weird things can get, and much like The Last Door, this allows your imagination to do a lot of the work, and means the game can include things that would otherwise be too difficult to draw, such as the intangible or absurd. And so, Summer Sea is bound to appeal to the right kind of Lovecraft fan, but for horror, one is better off looking elsewhere. So, let's do that. So far, this video has covered several good Lovecraftian games, and some less good, but it still doesn't feel like we've really found any good examples of true Lovecraftian horror, so maybe we should look specifically at horror games and try to find which game best captures the fear of the unknown. Amnesia: The Dark Descent is a game that has received quite a lot of hate. It's been blamed for killing the survival horror genre and ushering in a new era dominated by jump scares designed for YouTube-friendly compilations. And make no mistake, this is a game that changed the horror landscape. It single-handedly launched the career of people who make more money in a day on YouTube than I will in a lifetime, and led to several other imitators and viral horror sensations. But no matter how much you might dislike Amnesia: The Dark Descent's legacy, you have to admit, this game is pretty good at being scary. In Amnesia, you wake up alone in an abandoned Prussian castle with no recollection of how you got there, and only a few cryptic notes to guide you on your way. These notes mention that you're not actually as alone as you may think. In fact, you're being chased by a shadow, and with no way to fight back, you're under no illusions as to who's the predator and who's the prey in this relationship. And that's really all you're initially told. You You see, Amnesia may have its share of jump scares and horror cliches, but the start is a slow and suspenseful masterclass of horror that offers only glimpses of the thing pursuing you as you continue your dark descent, with the tension rising and rising until the point where it's almost unbearable. And at that point, your pursuer is let loose. And it is terrifying, at least for the first couple of times. Amnesia doesn't exactly have a large range of tricks up its sleeve, and it's not even remotely able to match the same level of intensity all the way through the experience, but that build-up to the first few big scares is the stuff most horror games can only dream of achieving. So you might be wondering how Lovecraft fits in here. Well, if the oldest and strongest kind of fear really is fear of the unknown, it might explain why Amnesia's early sections are so good. You know something is out there, following you, and you're constantly reminded of this, but it's never made clear exactly what it is. So the fear of the unknown builds and builds. And that also explains why later on in the game, when your cadaverous friend has become a familiar face, Amnesia's scares just don't pack the same punch. But is a protracted game of cat and mouse enough to make for good Lovecraftian horror? Well, no. Although there is a lot more that is Lovecraftian to Amnesia than just this. Over the course of the game, you will discover more and more notes that fill the player in on what past events have transpired. They involve a story of an archaeological expedition that went into a tomb in Algeria, discovering a mystical orb that induced visions, ultimately leading the protagonist down a rabbit hole that explains how it is he comes to be here. The way this backstory is written is so similar in style to Lovecraft's own writings that it almost feels like it should be a copyright issue. Amnesia's main story also takes a pretty otherworldly turn later on, so sure, this game can easily be classified as Lovecraftian. But I have to admit, I don't think Amnesia's story is all that good, and this game really might be a good horror game despite its Lovecraftian elements. So I guess it's safe to say this isn't the best example of Lovecraftian horror, as genuinely terrifying as it can be. Still, the fear of the unknown is clearly important, so what do the games get this right? Well, it might be time to leave behind the obviously Lovecraftian to look in a more experimental direction, which brings us to Darkwood, and it should be said, there isn't much about this game that is specifically Lovecraftian. Acid Wizard Studio took their inspiration from other sources, namely David Lynch and the Stagatsky brothers, and it shows. But if you go to Steam and look at popular user-defined tags, and we all know Steam tags are infallible bastions of truth that are never wrong, Lovecraftian does show up here, so I guess I'm not the only one that sees some kind of connection. Darkwood is a cryptic top-down survival horror game set in a bleak Eastern European forest, where things have went more than a little wrong. Darkwood plays like a slow, surreal and suspenseful nightmare of exploring and scavenging materials in the daytime while hiding away at night in your barricaded hideout. Combat is a little clunky, but while that can seem initially frustrating, it's also a combat system that is on paper simple, yet seems to be very effective at punishing the player for panicking, making it a good fit for a survival horror game. Even more interesting though is how Darkwood handles perspective, which is limited to a narrow cone that only shows the direction you're facing, meaning you need to actively look around at your surroundings to spot both enemies and any useful materials that might be lying around. And also meaning, if you ever need to run away, you won't be able to see what's following you. Still, it's when night hits that you need to really start worrying, because something is out there. In fact, several things are out there, and sooner or later, they're going to try to get in. And I'm not sure how much more needs to be said than that. Darkwood is a game that speaks for itself, in part thanks to its fantastic audio design, as well as its persistent nightmarish ambience. So, if you're looking for a game that excels at making you fear the unknown, Darkwood is one of the greatest examples. Is it Lovecraftian? Well, not exactly. Although there is a clear feeling of hopelessness, and if you made a Venn diagram of fans of weird Eastern European horror and fans of Lovecraftian horror, there has to be enough crossover that Darkwood seems a fairly sensible recommendation. But if we extend this video to games Lovecraftian fans might like, we might be here a while, so I guess we'll keep back on track. So, why not look at a different aspect of Lovecraftian horror, the psychological deterioration that comes with losing one's mind. I've always thought that video games should be able to depict madness better than any other medium. Games are interactive. They can put you in someone's shoes and change the rules in a way that books or films can't. And insanity is a big part of what makes Lovecraftian horror work. It's the consequence, knowing those things that are better left unknown, the result of gazing into the abyss. Therefore, maybe the representation of sanity should be one of Lovecraftian video games' greatest strengths. So, why not look at one of the best known examples of this? Eternal Darkness Sanity's Requiem is a strange game. Released on the GameCube back in 2002, it received great reviews and modest sales, but that didn't stop it from going on to garner a cult following amongst horror fans. And that might be because there just aren't very many games out there quite like it. Its closest relative might be something like the PlayStation 1's Resident Evils, but Eternal Darkness has a distinctly Nintendo feeling to it. I wouldn't go as far as to say this game is family friendly, but it certainly doesn't try to be overly shocking or gory like some of its other horror compatriots, and it often has more of an adventure vibe to it than straight up horror. This might be because of its globe-trotting structure, which spans over the course of 2,000 years as you take control of a wide variety of different protagonists, who each have the misfortune of crossing paths with the tone of eternal darkness, and therefore get caught up in an eternal conflict between three ancient beings known as Chaturga, Zelota, and Uleof. And if those names are a bit of a mouthful, don't worry, they are conveniently color coordinated, so you can just remember them as red, green, and blue, which I suppose does take away a bit of their scariness, but Eternal Darkness isn't really a very scary game. That might be because its gameplay is so forgiving, it never really achieves any real tension. In combat, enemies are slow and can be moved around and hacked to pieces by melee attacks with ease. You can also save any time out of combat, and your HP, mana, and sanity meters will replenish over time. Again, it all feels more adventure gamey than you'd expect from survival horror, and the frequent use of powerful magic by the protagonist also gives off more of a fantasy feeling than you'd expect from anything by Lovecraft. But despite this, there is one big thing Eternal Darkness does have going for it, which is how it represents sanity. Like many other games, Eternal Darkness has a sanity meter, which lowers the more your character interacts with enemies or other stressful things. What sets Eternal Darkness apart is the large range of inventive things that can happen when your sanity gets low. Some of these are subtle changes in the game world, like voices being heard in the background or paintings changing to more sinister versions. Others are fourth wall breaking mind trips that range from the absurd to the downright devilish. My absolute favourite has to be the one where after saving your progress, the game brings up a delete all saved files options as if you've chosen the wrong thing, and then proceeds to pretend to delete all of your game files. Stuff like this is great. It messes with the player in a uniquely gamey way, and it's creative as well. I've seen people recommend playing the game with as low as sanity as possible, just to get to experience as many of these tricks firsthand as they can, and that makes sense, because they are really fun. But wait, hang on a second. Is this how insanity is meant to be in a horror game? A fun and novel experience the players go out of their way to seek out? Because that seems a bit counterintuitive. Are these low sanity events meant to be a punishment or a reward? Either way, this is hardly effective horror, and that's not meant to belittle what is an enjoyable part of Eternal Darkness, but turning insanity into a fun experience doesn't seem all that Lovecraftian. So, what about the way other games deal with insanity? Because of the games we've looked at, many feature some kind of sanity meter that triggers various effects. For example, in The Sinking City, low sanity triggers this weird fisheye effect, as well as visual hallucinations of your character killing themselves. That might sound interesting enough, but these effects are repeated so often, they just start to feel silly. In Dark Corners of the Earth, low sanity causes your vision to blur and the controls to become less accurate, which is definitely annoying, but it's hardly scary, just a little frustrating. What is the connection between a blurry screen and low sanity anyway? The shaking I can accept. I mean, it's plausible that if you see something disturbing, your hands might shake, so fine, but why do so many games make the screen blurry? I'm pretty sure blurred vision doesn't mean you're insane, it just means you might need glasses. Anyway, Amnesia the Dark Descent is pretty similar, with visual hallucinations and audio distortions, but really the biggest problem with how sanity is handled by all these games isn't the sanity part, it's the meter part. Why do sanity meters even exist? I mean, obviously these games want to depict low sanity, and these games need their own way of determining what should actually lower your sanity and what effect that will have on the player. But why is this information even displayed to the player? To quantify sanity and make it transparent robs it of its core meaning. Sanity should be unpredictable, and if weird things are going to happen, the player shouldn't know when or why or how to stop them. All of the great and not so great effects used by the game shown so far would have been much better, in my opinion, if there was no sanity meter in the first place, and for some of them, if they were also used much less frequently. Of all the games looked at in this video, Darkest Dungeon and Sunless Sea feel like the best take on sanity from a Lovecraftian perspective, and it's likely not a coincidence that neither has a normal sanity meter. Sunless Sea has a parameter, which kind of functions like a difficulty slider that you need to keep down because otherwise bad things will occur more frequently, and it does its job fairly effectively. Meanwhile, Darkest Dungeon has a stress meter, which makes more sense than a sanity meter because seeing stressful things doesn't typically cause your sanity to be gradually eroded, it causes stress to build up until you either break or maybe rise up and uncover an inner strength you didn't even know you had. It's the unpredictability of what will ultimately happen which makes Darkest Dungeon's stress meter both more interesting and probably more realistic. So, all in all, maybe depicting madness isn't a strength of games, or maybe just not Lovecraftian ones. The act of turning insanity into a gameplay mechanic takes away most of its meaning, and that might also be a problem with Lovecraftian games more broadly. If Lovecraftian games tend to be something that the player is meant to win. Even narrative-focused games have a clearly defined win condition, but Lovecraftian stories rarely have a winner, and so even if a game's protagonist goes crazy or dies at the end of the game, it doesn't change the fact that the player always wins, changing the overall feeling of the ending. But while these are just challenges for a Lovecraftian game to come, they're not insurmountable. So, where are all the great Lovecraftian games? Well, some are out there, although whether they are great for the exact reason you want them to be is another question. But we do probably need to conclude that making good Lovecraftian horror isn't easy. And I guess that's it. So maybe we didn't find our Lovecraftian masterpiece, but I'm sure we've all learned a few things along the way and, had a good time. And as there are no other Lovecraftian games to talk about, I guess my job here is done. Come on, did you really think I'd make an hour-long video about Lovecraftian video games and not talk about Bloodborne? The most central idea to all Lovecraftian horror is that there exist things beyond human comprehension, and that next to them, humanity can seem small and insignificant. The stories of H.P. Lovecraft usually follow an individual who comes face to face with this unsettling reality. These stories show the journey the individual takes to make this discovery, and then their response. You might think that Bloodborne is something similar, with you, the player, taking the role of that individual. You journey to the city of Yarman, you discover the horrors the city holds, and you play out that response. But the horror of Bloodborne's story isn't really focused on you or your journey. It focuses on something larger: humanity. Long ago, a civilization known as the Fumerians discovered the existence of powerful multidimensional beings, known as the Great Ones. This discovery eventually doomed them. The events of Bloodborne begin years later with a group of scholars from a prestigious college called Bergenworth. These scholars excavated the ruins beneath the city of Yarnum, uncovering the remains of the Fumerians, as well as traces of something else: the Great Ones. They named these ruins the Tombs of the Gods, and set about researching their secrets, to try to understand the things they'd found. But they were trying to understand something beyond human comprehension, and we shall see the consequences this had. While the scholars of Bergenworth were initially cautious, a schism within their ranks led to certain individuals breaking away to form the Healing Church. The Healing Church sought to advance humanity, and to do this, they decided to utilize that which remained of the Great Ones, their blood. This blood gave them the power to heal the sick, hence the name. Church.
2 seconds.
This was seen as a miracle, a gift from the
3
gods.
seconds, maybe.
But
Maybe 4.
had a side effect.
I am
At the time,
checking my
it
phone.
transformed those who imbibed it.
Okay,
Because the lack of rational
onwards.
their own associated with
You know, I've been through this place like fucking 15 times now. I swear to God, I've spent so much time in this fucking school. I've literally, like, I swear to God, I have actually come through this place like 3 times. Because every time I started playing, I just put the game back down again. Ooh, shit. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. I don't have any ammo for anything, I don't think. Oh no. No, I've got it in here. Pretty sure headshots are always one-shot kills when it comes to humans. Oh. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna die. I'm actually gonna die. What the fuck is going on? Oh my fucking god. What the fuck is happening? I have enough heals. Okay. I hope he doesn't really like respawn me outside the building. I didn't think about that actually. Oh, fucking hell, you are taking the fucking piss. Oh my fucking god, bro. Are you joking? Ah. I'm just gonna run straight through this time. I swear to God, I'll run straight fucking through. I'm gonna kill nothing apart from the humans. And then gonna need to kill him. He looks like a zombie. And 28 days later, like him being in this field, you know, from the trailer, like the zombie in the field. 28 years later, like he looked just like it, and he was in like a big green field. Like he literally looked just like it. Swear to God, can't believe that. All the way. That's so annoying. I don't want to run through here again. Fifth time. I have to unlock doors and shit. Pretty sure, anyway. Mainly, I just don't want to run through all the zombies. Because they all respawn. Oh no, they don't respawn. Well then why not just spawn me in the building? You know? Why not just spawn me in the fucking building? So why make me lockpick the doors again? I swear to God. Lockpicking is so easy in this game. Well, it might not be easy for everyone, but I pretty much got it down. I remember, like, the one thing that always stood out to me about lockpicking in this game is that it was very similar to lockpicking in Assassin's Creed 3. It might even have been the same. I'm pretty sure it is pretty much the same. But that's not why I'm good at it. I'm just good at it. I'm good at games in general. I pick up on mechanics very quickly. Not in real life though. It doesn't apply to real life at all. Real life can't do shit. I'm a fucking bumbling idiot. Fucking moron. But in the gaming world, I'm the king. It's true though. Oh my fucking God, get out of there, bro. There's just one zombie. Get the fuck out of there. Oh shit, bro. Take that. I was there last time. I picked that up last time. I respawned. Just got two of the fucking same weapon. Purple twice as well. I wonder if I just keep dying and going back, will I just keep respawning? If so, is it worth selling? Probably not. I'm pretty sure the weapons don't sell for that much in this game. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure they don't. Dying light. The best thing that you could do to make money, more or less, unless you want to do like a glitch or something, is just, you know, kill fucking Rice's soldiers, and take the guns, and then sell them. Because they were all worth like a decent amount. Yeah. I killed every single zombie, so it's weird that like two random ones have respawned. He looks like he's always been there. Oh shit. Like he looks like he's like a part of the environment. Like the way that he like hit the wall. With, like blood behind him and shit like that. I swear to God, it looks like he's always been there. Oh my God. I don't know if that makes any sense. Like, when you walk through like a fucking thingy in the zombie game, and you come past, blah blah blah, and there's a dead zombie there, and you kick it, it doesn't move, it doesn't do anything, it's not a physics object, it's part of the environment. That's what it looks like to him, but he's a physics object. I'm just going to take a picture. Oh, there's no point taking a picture of screen I'm going to kick him out. It looks less so now, it looks like I've actually kicked him there. But, you know, like, just the way that you hit the floor, it's just perfect. That was cool. That's why this game, like that, that's one of the reasons this game's so good. Because everything's physics based. like in terms of interacting with zombies, it's completely physics based. Great. I need to check my phone quickly. I also need to make some arrows. Make a only make a football. That's enough to kill the enemies in it though. Hang on, let me just check my phone. Yo, getting Ghost of Yota. Yeah, fuck off. Just fuck it. I'm gonna use my account when I buy it. I'm gonna tell him that I am. As a lie. That really did annoy me, the fact that he's just messaging me to say that, I'm not gonna lie.
Its central themes are never involved. Bloodborne is a Lovecraftian masterpiece. It skillfully mixes its many inspirations to produce something thematically consistent while using the strength of its own medium to draw players into the experience, leaving its unsettling story hidden beneath the surface for the player to discover and come to grips with for themselves. And if there's
Sorry, hang on.
that games can't be good examples of Lovecraftian horror, Bloodborne disproves that completely. So, what about the rest of the gaming world? Why aren't there more great Lovecraftian games? Well, because something can be done doesn't mean it's easy, and the fact that there aren't a whole lot of great Lovecraftian films, or books by other authors, is probably enough to conclude that making Lovecraftian horror isn't easy. One of the reasons for that might be because when judged as a product of his time, Lovecraft's ideas were original, but over time, that originality becomes more difficult to find. Without an infinite source of new ideas or concepts, these works of fiction often fall back on things regurgitating back to his works in the past, the things they think Lovecraftian fans want. But the end result is these stories become what Lovecraft never was. They become something familiar or painful.
I'm really sorry. I don't know what to say. Hang on.
And the more Lovecraftian they make themselves, the better. But that's not true. Sometimes less really is more. And to perfect as Lovecraftian as possible, it leaves little room left over for them to create their own identity. And maybe more than anything else, that originality is the key. To give a sliver of praise to games like Otherwise Intel and Harshon in The Sinking City, go to the town library, you'll meet this woman. She's the librarian, and if you question her about why her mouth is sewn shut, she mentions that it's a punishment and that this is a way to testing illicitly open. And that's what you're told. If there's more than in-game explanations of it, I can find it. But that didn't matter because just the way this very horrible practice is treated as normal is enough to make it deeply unsettling. This one glimpse into Oakland life made me feel more uncomfortable than every Lovecraftian monster also found in game 5. And it's effective because it's a more original idea that isn't presented in an over-the-top manner to emphasize how unbelievably Lovecraftian it all is. I mean, compare the portrayal of the librarian to the overly cliché depiction of the NPCs with the intimate look, and the difference of approach and effectiveness is clear. So instead of setting out to make something as Lovecraftian as possible, maybe it's better to let Lovecraft be what he's meant to be, an influence. Allow Lovecraft to be your inspiration, but do not think.
Okay, I'm back. Bo. Benjamin Bo. Don't know why I just said that. I told myself, I said, don't say Benjamin Bo. It's not funny. Doesn't mean anything. Don't embarrass yourself. Sadly, I am in the habit of embarrassing myself constantly. I just started going on my phone again, just like out of habit. I don't even know why. I went to go do something, and then I went straight onto Instagram. he's going to come all the way down there. So I'm going to sneak him. Oh, bollocks.
It's a long way from being a party atmosphere, but it still has some of those genuinely inspiring monster encounters you ever find in a game.
Yeah, but
Are able to produce any sort based on their own perfection.
maybe, but that's just because of big monsters. Yeah, that's actually so true, though.
They may well have been worse games, but are actually less successful at evoking the feelings of Lovecraftian horror.
If Subnautica, instead of doing like the whole alien thing or whatever, if it tried more to be a Lovecraftian game, I don't know if it would make it better, but if it would, what are these motherfuckers doing? I swear to God, Subnautica would literally be like the best game in the world, for me anyway. Because Subnautica is the only game that I feel has like genuinely terrified me, and that I've like not been able to play because I have a very, very, very deep-seated fear of the ocean. I don't know why. I wasn't always afraid of the ocean. It was like I was like maybe like 13, 14, 15. It doesn't matter. It feels very recent to me. It feels like this fear came about in the past 5 years. Obviously, it's more than that. But God, really? But yeah, no, Subnautica is great, and if it tried to be Lovecraftian, then I think it would be even more great. I don't know what I just did, but I just like knocked him into me, and then fucking that was pretty cool. I've got helmets on, so I can't just snipe them. I'm just gonna pause the video so I can talk, because I can't focus properly when there's too many things going on. Well, no, that's not true. I can, but I think it's too loud. I would like to put another video on, but not sure if I should. If I'm actually going to be talking and actually playing the game. And again, maybe not, maybe not. It's just always doing too much. Always doing too much. Always. Always just do a little bit too much. I always go too far. With anything really. I have a tendency to take things too far. Not with anything. Specifically when it comes to pushing boundaries. It sounds really bad. It doesn't sound good. It sounds like I'm a rapist or something. That is not what I mean. I mean, I have a tendency to say or do things that make people uncomfortable without the intention of making someone uncomfortable. And that's saying a lot because I intentionally make people uncomfortable all the time. Okay, these guys don't go. Down, block it off. Get down, partner. That was a headshot, what? Swap this out for this. I've killed most of the enemies now anyway. There's 3 left. They not in this room. I'm gonna beat this guy to death. Yeah! Kick him to death. They used to take fucking hell. It used to take forever to kick an enemy to death in Dying Light. Like literally, I swear to God, it'd take like at least a minute, solid minute of kicking. I haven't looked at any of the Easter eggs for this game yet. I haven't really been playing it much. I haven't looked at any of the Easter eggs, but the Dying Light Easter eggs are always good. Usually, just like good weapons, like you'll get cool weapons, or Techland are good with Easter eggs. I did see one. I saw the Kratos axe. That was pretty cool. I really do want that. That's awesome. It looks nothing like Kratos' axe. It looks like Kratos' axe if you got it off Timo, but again, that's probably what they were going for. I don't know any of the others though. I'm very, very curious. You know what? In fact, not mainly just weapons. They've got some other good ones as well. I remember there was one about ghosts in Dying Light: The Following. That one was pretty cool. You literally had a fight with some ghosts. In Dying Light 2, you had that one in the building where you go up and you get something really useful. I can't remember what it was, but you should get it like all the time. It might have been a charm, like a charm that allows you to repair weapons or something like that. I can't remember, but there's this one where you go to like at the top of a really high building and then you scale it down by dropping very, very slightly, and then you have to do a cable puzzle, and then you go into a room and there's like a little mini developer party thing saying like, oh, thank you for playing the game. And then on a roof very, very close to that, this is still Dying Light 2. Obviously, if it's on a roof very close to that, what the fuck am I talking about? Yeah, anyway, on a roof close to that, there's this guy, and he'll speak to you, and he'll say something like, oh, Crane. Yes, Crane. No, you remind me of Crane. Or, I need to speak to Crane. I don't know. He says something about Crane, and then he gives you the fucking mantis arms from Cyberpunk. Which is shit in-game, but in Cyberpunk, they are awesome. But yeah, no. There are so many more. Like, there are so many good ones. Like, Dying Light 1.
Don't shoot. I'm unarmed. Who are you? You don't look like a bandit.
I don't want to speak whilst we're
No, I am a scientist.
in the middle of a cutscene, but
You
I
work
was
for
in
the
the middle of
Baron?
saying something.
Yes. Did the Baron send you? Are you here to help?
No.
I'm here to find out what the hell you people are up to. What's your name, scientist?
He always like speaks in like the same
I
cadence.
was using the restroom when those savages stormed in. As soon as I heard gunfire, I hid.
Oh, so the Baron hires cowards.
Yes, but look.
Yes,
just
well, he
tell me
hires
what you want. I'll
scientists.
do anything. Just don't.
Shut up.
Stop
Hey,
it.
Ray, you there?
I'm here. We leaving?
Not yet. I got some of the research, but found something even better. One of the Baron's
I was literally just about to
scientists,
say,
alive.
they gotta take him hostage.
A scientist. Great. Let's take him back. Maybe Lydia can make him talk.
Okay, I'm bringing him out.
Sure thing.
So, you don't work for the Baron?
You
Trying
catch
to
on
keep
quick.
what I was saying before
Start
this
talking.
in my mind.
Okay,
Because
I
I'll
can give you
forget
the
it.
key to the main archive if you promise not to hurt me.
Help me, and I have no reason to hurt you, Camilo. Now then, what's the easiest way out of this
It
building?
looks like someone, but I can't
Through
put
the
my
gym.
finger on it.
But there's probably guys with guns there. The other way out is through the basement, but...
Let me guess. It's full of infected.
Yes, so there is no easy way.
Okay, I'm gonna clear the basement, stay on the radio, and wait for my signal. You try to escape, I kill you myself.
No, right? It's a good job that whenever Kyle needs to go into a dark zone, like the basement, because the basement will be a dark zone if it's full of infected, it's a good job that the infected that he needs to kill is never, and I do mean never, it not has once, has any of the Dying Light games tasked you with killing a volatile. Yeah, volatile. I probably should have said that first. But yeah, no, you never have to fight a volatile. Like, it never actually makes you do it. It's something that you can do if you want. You'll struggle. Even if you have all the shit in the game, you're gonna struggle because it's so fucking ferocious. Like, as soon as you can't get into a fight with a volatile without starting a chase. And when there's like a million of them running at you, the only real way to fucking kill them in like the early to mid game is feeding them, which is feeding them involves getting them into an area where there's UV and where you can just about stand and just whack the shit out of them and then lure them back in and then whack the shit out of them. Or if you get lucky, you might be able to get into a position where they can't reach you, but they'll keep trying to, and there's also UV, and then they'll just keep running into it and they'll eventually kill themselves. Yeah, what I was saying, Easter eggs in Dying Light games. There was an Easter egg in the first game where you kicked a box like 50 times or 100 times or something like that on a roof. It was on one of the rice building roofs, or one of the roofs that looks like the rice building, because they use the same buildings and shit like that. I actually remember where it is. I remember so much about Dying Light because I played so much of like all of these games. I really, really do I love these games. But yeah, no, you got that was like the Korek machete or something like that. And then in the second game, the version of the Korek thing that you get is the Korek charm, which is the one that lets you repair weapons. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I don't know if anyone's here. If there's someone here, can you just like type in the chat? Because if not, then I just want to like put my phone for a minute. If there's someone here, then I'll keep playing. But if not, then... Okay, there's no one here. I feel sick.
It was really much fun.
Violently, Jesus. That's not after you got mad at me for it. The violently part of the molesting me sentence really caught me off guard for some reason. And I had other stuff that I wanted to say, but I don't know, I have to listen to the voice message again because I forgot what it was.
Told this whole school that I was a girl because he didn't like being gay, and then asked me out after I got mad at him for it. Even when I catch them in the act, I am not taken seriously.
Like I say, asking you out after you get married for it. Oh well. I mean, it sucks. It does suck, and I don't want to laugh at it if that's going to upset you. I don't think it is. But, you know, these sorts of things are completely unavoidable. You know, people are assholes. People are not going to take your feelings into consideration. Everything's me, me, me. Even when you talk to someone, like, a conversation with most people is just the other person waiting for their turn to speak. Nobody cares about anyone.
He didn't get as far as he wanted to. Like, he put his hands down on my Bible and groped me, and he tried to pin me down to his bed and forced me to let him eat me out.
Oh.
I stood him in the head. even though I trusted you, like, the first time I went to your house over the precaution, I had to make a fucking code word with Robin, and he checked in on me every half an hour to make sure I was still alive. I had to give my older brother my location. I had to tell Robin your home address. Like, that is how frequently it happens. I have to genuinely take every single precaution. Even if I trust someone with my whole being, it's not enough. You never know, really. They're either shit at hiding it or very good at hiding it, and now I'm at the point where it happens so much that I can tell, and they're all bad at hiding it.
With you coming to mind, like, I don't, I probably would now that we've spoken a bit more, but like, there's no way I ever would have come on to you or any other girl if that was literally the first time that, you know what I mean? Because, oh, God, delete that. About coming to my house and stuff like that. I swear to God, literally, on the tip of my fucking tongue, I forgot it again.
Even though I trusted you, like, the first, my older brother, my location, I still have to, like, I have to genuinely take every single precaution. Even if I trust someone with my whole being, it's not enough. You never know, really.
No, you do never know, and you should always be fucking. You should always be cautious. I always say this, like, I'm not saying you're a girl, but you have, you know, I mean, you're very small and you have a girl's body, so guys are going to come onto you. I say it's to everyone with a female body. You always need to be so careful going out at night. Nope, stupid. I don't think I would have come onto you, to be honest. Like, even if I really wanted to, I would have been like too intimidated, I guess, if that makes sense. But hang on, I don't mean that in a mean way. I mean that in like I wouldn't have known like if you would have wanted me to. Like if it was just like a normal. I don't think I would have come on to you, to be honest. Like even if I really wanted to, I would have been like too intimidated, I guess, if that makes sense. But hang on. Come on to you. Come on to you because. What I mean is, even if I thought that you wanted me to, I probably wouldn't have come on to you because I wouldn't have been like sure. Like with some people, like you know what I mean, you just know. Basically, I wouldn't have come on to you because what I mean is, I wouldn't have come on to you because and I swear to God, I tried to make this voice message so many times. I'm not trying to sound like a dick. I don't know. I don't know if I do sound like a dick. Basically, I wouldn't have come on to you because you're trans because I wouldn't have known if you would have wanted me to. Like even if I thought that you wanted me to, I wouldn't have tried it because I wouldn't have known. You know what I mean? Like in like if I was just seeing a girl, just like a plain old girl, like you know, and I knew that they wanted me to come onto them, then I might have like kissed them or something, and then gone from there. But with you being trans, I would have been way too intimidated. So yeah. swear to God, I've tried to make this voice message so many times, and I don't. I'm not sure I sound like a dick. I don't know if I do sound like a dick. Basically, I wouldn't have gone to you because you're trans. I wouldn't have known if you would have wanted me to. Like, even if I thought you wanted me to, I wouldn't have tried it because I wouldn't have known. You know what I mean? Like, if I was just seeing a girl, like just like a plain old girl, and I knew that we weren't really responsible, then I might have kissed her or something. Something gone from there, but with you being trans, I would be way too intimidated. So yeah.
Even if I trust someone with my whole being, it's not enough. You never know. They're either shit at hiding it or very good at hiding it, and now I'm at the point where it happens so much that I can tell. I am in Gooseberry. I'm on. It is half an hour away. So I'm just walking. Keep myself preoccupied, I guess. Oh my god, my legs fucking ache, dude. Like, it was nice. The concert was fucking incredible. It didn't have me at the start, I will admit. But then they played I Predict a Riot, and like, somebody told me, and I was like, okay. I was invested. So, ooh. His friend was very sweet as well. I was a little bit worried that he'd be a little strange, because obviously they were surrounded by Tory kids, but he was lovely. Also, putting my hands under my own shirt to warm them up works in theory, but when they're like actually really cold, it's fucking jarring. It's like, it's my own hands, but it's like if someone put their cold hand on the back of your neck, it still shocks me just as much for some reason.
There's only like 20 people that form a perfect game. It just goes down. Pretty much, yeah. Why did she jump in the pool? I'm a very little guy. So. Then again, I really don't date a tranny. To me, I wouldn't be dating a tranny, I'm not gonna lie. To me, I'd be dating a girl. Because to me, she's a girl. To me, say she's a guy. But.
Hey everyone, this is Manly Badass here, and welcome to
I'm not sure that she believes that.
This is a horror game, where you play a landlord who must figure out which of his tenants are not good people.
Ouch.
So, are we in the red room? The red lodge or whatever? You hear some like smooth jazz music playing really soothing. Smoky jazz. I mean, it's like they did have doppelgangers, that's what I'm thinking of. Look through the people. Don't be the scene. Wake up from the clock. Making doppelgangers to get rid of. You've been having very disturbing dreams lately. But everything's all right. No, but I can't really sleep. There's DVDs sitting on my bed. They're escaping your apartment. They're leaving your apartment. Now it's not time for that. Maybe that means I can like, oh, this is the like a tutorial kind of thing, you know, where certain things are being like little like icons above the tell you what they do. Like if it's a kitchen, they'll have a little 1912 symbol floating above. Maybe. I think that's what it is. Yeah, no, okay. That is what it's creepy. I thought that thing was really creepy. Your name, the damage of the building. It's a live bird. It's like red crimson of Easter party. So what was the Easter party? Music's great. And I'm an illusion. Serious underground facilities for the last night. Inside the facilities are like thousands of empty human-sized boxes. All records and traces of the nature of the facilities were apparently destroyed long before the police arrived. Forensic experts have remained silent regarding any potential updates about this mystery. Tell me about the police chief and the discuss emotions through body language. Okay. What is the name of the study for training of chief and highly specialized officers? That's a standard type. That's right. Rapid following of two normal benefits of bonus to the vascular digestive system. As a communication of this, the double into my life and then you don't know. The fact that the name of the system is outside of the system is not.
I'll myself a little bit. Oh, thank God.
He's the captain. That's what I know, bro. He's on the shit. I'm sure it was gonna go. Very serious. I was actually very serious. Oh my god, he was very serious. Isn't actually what's right? Doesn't buy tea. You should actually take the net. Look at the guy. A little bit more pure. Maybe even a little bit less. Coincidence. In fact, there's no water right. Wow. That's a lot of meth. That's a lot of meth. Jesus.
yes, I remember now. Now that the president is pretty much a few that way, and if you're going to know, you're top of that. And you just press it up. So we have all the everybody knows all. Those are high school, and most people. But we don't know. We come up. No, this is a long time ago. I think I did the top. All red. So that's what we're talking about. What is red? Cathedral. That's a cathedral. 13 things. Really hot. What kind of treatment? Not very much. But still. So you're going to get with me. Let's speak to right now. I'm coming next Friday. There's a lot of opportunities in that field for you. Third both of you too. I thought they were pretty actually. And then maybe just hold our hands for you. You know. Are you consistent? No, don't give me that. We're bound to Friday. Yeah, we're bound. That's what the wall is. Oh, I thought. You know, the wall. When you talk about using pictures. That sounds pretty boring. What is mythology? What's a big circle? Video. What about pictures? That's my method. Oh wow, that's surprising a couple of things that make it mythology. I enjoy those tests. And then a people have lost. You was a very interesting life. That was a lot of work. Let's run some more tennis and just have a good breath. It's cold outside. Who are you? Do not be afraid to listen. You do remain calm. The freedom of heaven's package depends on you. I'm the commander in charge of this operation. My name is My name is the Block Officer. You're not the quarterback. You know everything about you. Jack's my true block. You tell me what's going on. And you're the topic of the officer. You're not doing it. You're in charge. Off the phone. The contact is supposed to double. The deputy identifies the person. Office intended to replace that person. Unfortunately, our last four self officer. We need to stop shooting. And if they're experience in a place from. But you assume to defeat it forever. And solid that is clear. It doesn't try to see the bylaws to recognize the implication of the territory of food. There's a whole underground story in the city. You don't hear about in news. This is just like that one year. You will not have to get in. Look at Star. Unfortunately, some of them around. Some of them do. Don't want to fight with the Star. Water is free. Ready to city. And the position to indicate on the place. We now have to identify the square criminal. But it's posted in the law. We believe that some of these applicants are part of the security service. But I'm aware that your firm is not active these applicants. We know that you have applicants. So you do that. Are you sure? I'm not sure. We know you can never win a thing. You're a fault that you never can see down. Don't tell your class to be able to tell you. But maybe somebody can speak out applicants.
Oh! So this actually is done correctly then. So the way they talk and the person who talks to them, if they seem a little different than usual, like someone who's for Facebook and is not, or someone who's like not even aware of, give them like a hey, maybe yeah, I was talking about the most of the opportunity to talk about this. So, take something like this, with the person of the group of people that are in this, the world should be that's everything I'm supposed to try to look at that kind of thing. If you do any of the things, you'll have to figure there's any trace of your system. There's actually, I like it. Well, the fact, whatever it is, when the four of those are just done, it's usually a problem on top of it. I don't think it's not going to be finished with the structure. My goal is studying consistency. You know, the same structure that I'm studying for about that. For example, I'm just going to roll the law and share the law. No stop up in this one thing, or there's not people in there, and it's stop up in there. Yeah. But if you blink, then you know you stop up in the sort of the name of the team, you tell them that station, and then drop them. You look at the fact that you're stop up in. Oh, that's going to be fun for me, because when I named everybody, I'm totally going to remember the exact name. Be careful though, some stop up in is a pretty small, I don't stop to be quick. I've been doing it. Remember, let the light come in and out. You therefore want to see your best. You are a technique, if I remember. And most people know that, but you know how to eat. The license are not different to how to eat. I can be kind stuff for double the rest. And by double, I mean quadruple. Not five. I don't get from that, and we'll talk about tomorrow, we will talk. Like only is acting up. So I could be talking rest, what's less rest today? Go to sleep. So but you might just use the CPU's character as a tribute to your own pride. I just, you just want to make it. Who are you? I'd like to
German no additional ones, then the German novels could be doppelganger. Doesn't doppelganger. You get to see the passage last week. Don't forget on camera, and you use the doppelganger. One less budget than Derek. The soldier has to turn. I thought it was very good to heaven. But you go to the rest of the video. Doppelganger, doppelganger. Loyal and loyal. Knowledge is more important. With a very dangerous plastic substance in the war. The subject is Maladona. The flash about to deploy Maladona. So suppose that the doppelganger. The people that the Timothy doppelganger. You can use this to your own. How to finish on the doppelganger. You might know training cases of time. The third side is simple. Timothy tells Taylor, I don't know what you've been doing in the future. So this is what you mean at the time of the doppelganger. I already know what the other one's done. Never will. Let's try to tell me about the doppelganger because of these people. Because you won't see the other thing. They put together work to do about this kind of skill. Yeah. Look, I don't tell you everyone. I think it's all. All very well, you may have to put it all doppelganger. It's not. I don't know what's fine. If it's set, the same like doing method. But I don't know. Maybe it takes per day. Maybe it's set in per day. I will see. But not money. Maybe there's a few feet. But certainly my link is are your four children? They were sitting in things that passed out. Their bodies are supposed to see. But their limbs might fall off. You want to use the entire chapter to this level. Why even the catapulted God? Yeah, we got there with the doppelganger. I can't tell you anything. If you want to let it go alive, even if well, but then y'all with doppelgangers, we only are people now. Whatever, it's fine. Are you saying? Yeah, I feel pain, but at the same time, I feel happy. Like, scratching an interesting wound that hurts, but I feel fine. I think it's focused last night. No, I didn't. I mean, there's people who know. Like, why did you think it was a woman? Is your husband okay? Yeah, he's still making that. I still got it. Even a doppelganger. They're lovely. They're bad. I don't think it is. So I never really knew this. I'm not. You know this is a doppelganger. Right. I'm trying to say, I don't know, it's like two guys with a hospital. He's so clever. I'm not funny. The green for your favorite color. Yeah, I love green. It's really on the bed. It's not your hoodie. No. Red one. How do you feel? You feel like, oh, thanks for asking. It's a little vibe. Nobody's pretty persistent.
No, you're a different one. You're the older bro. Yeah. Thank God. I keep talking about bro. I'm losing my phone sometimes. I gotta take much work at this time. What happened? You can see so. Your wife and son. That's all. That's a good fucking thing, huh? That's important. I was saving underground facilities among my sister mother's applications. They wanted me to file out the collection. I only wanted to exchange two reasons. I was able to help with the release them. The next clause is going to be building in the city. For none reason. I just want to have normal lines. I want to see the students. That's why I told you. It's really winning. I'm really sorry, but we don't still do. We can't replace them. My sister's named up, I think, is a place to do them. There's something wrong with their mind. But you want to still even replace it. I want them to live with the demon. It's business. And you're going to come into a certain union. I want this grip on it. I want this similar grip to it, and then you're feeling it. Sorry about that now, buddy. Nothing weird. I'm going to wait for you. Nothing to deal about. Right now, I'm coming to you through telepathy. You know, inside your mind. I'm not far away from you in the real world. I'm hiding in this building. I'm very close to you. I'm thinking about someone. Something close to you. Learning. I'm going to show you that soon. But then I'll be the only man. I think I could tell you the names of love. And I'll do whatever it takes to tell you. Please put it in me. It ain't gonna happen. You don't take a lot to it. You need to get it. I have to find you. Can't believe it. No, it's okay. Maybe it was just a good night. Or maybe it's still kind of stuck on that. You gave more. The filters return. Southern Georgia return. That's also a stop again. The area limit. Withdraw. I listen carefully. I don't move. The gas is about to hold in your affected city, so the situation changes. Can't stop. The gas is at rest at the center. It's supposed to be the proper angle for it. Too form. But instead, the LED is already in. I think that's a pretty big mess up. That's a pretty big poopy, poopy, for those with appropriate equipment like this gas can, if we go over 55. The eventual mutation process needs to be close to zero. And probably faster that these other channels will reach their final mutation state. Whenever works, that's early as student time. Sometimes might have lost their sanity. So verify doppelganger to be automatic. Pay attention. Using this might still have a positive sanity rate. They might still remember you. But doppelgangers might see nothing but malice abominations now. Understood? I think so. Great. I'll go and share with everyone to figure it out. I was for the night now, but put another topic on it. By the way, be careful. Some doppelgangers might try to manipulate you to telepathy. Don't trust them. Be careful. I don't even want to stop with them. You're getting all the people around the world. And the city. Doppelgangers was the prettiest one here, I'm afraid. Well, you live in England. At least I paid you for that. One of mine. Honestly, we did not get bad as what some people last week.
with a really big smile now. Her eyes turn full black. No, thank you. I already speak over. They lost the rhythm of the speech. So like an infant, it was truly amazing. Are you saying? Thank you, no, thank you. I feel really good. I can't believe it. That long list is so beautiful. Because you got this one, it's not meant to be about the game. It's not meant to be about the game. You've seen the soldiers last night. I never did. They took them away. I said I never knew that. It's your husband, okay? You are my husband. Meet him up again. Good luck with him. Go by. You see his face now. What was your eyes thinking? His mouth is going in one direction and full sharp teeth. I'm afraid I want to play him again. I'm going to say, he's even wrong my face. He's beautiful. He's so stunning. Tell him I'm going to start the boy. Yeah, please, look up again. Come closer. Come on, really see my face. How do you feel? Nothing. Going up and down. Full confidence now. Can you still be really tough? Even women are super tough. How do you go by?
That's all right, though.
No, news like nothing now. I want to see new page. kind of that question. What's the best? Is anyone having fun with it? Are the best in candy of these Jason Cross games? Or do they get replaced by doppelganger at some point? Because do they get replaced, or are they consistent? To be safe, do that with doppelganger. Confirm. Confirm. Doppelganger is going to defeat him. He's got the most tendency. But that's just kind of what's the filter. Open door to Saka? Yeah. Filter the turn. You filter the turn. That's terrifying. Yeah. Doesn't move. The visual comes down off the floor. Yeah. Comes off the two. I'll go over how to get to the two people. Just one through the city. Through the... Yeah, I kind of assumed you need to get it turning in the city. What? What? Like a room. The original conclusion, how cities taken into final solution. But the word is, you all may not travel in new hands. But the most simple tool that is too useful. Their own sacrifice of self-election. It didn't matter. You see the thing. I don't think the music will stop. But I don't think it's stop when I want to get out. But the rumor is true. You just have to overcome it. Don't stay ahead. You got everything that you've done. We do it a good life, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm doing that. You can keep the breath on. And you can use it to avoid me thinking about it anymore. How the rest think so. No, maybe, yes, no. There's layers to that. You still working? It's all going down. Something look up and I'll hold up and do it again. Thank you. That is quality control. That was a bad. There's four doppelgangers and zero humans. There were 7 doppelgangers living in the building. Final score 3. Perfect. So that's just their doppel apartment. And if you're pulling the white color white, probably know the two triple. So those were all. So overall, it's actually a pretty decent opportunity for horror game. It is parody, it's copying what is a little decent spiral style. Although, like I said, there's a kind of air of like, it's not taking itself too serious. There's like a lot of like jokes and very ways talking. So it's like an RPG Maker hybrid of the apartment for the that's not how you do it. The other one, no one like not human or something. I think it's more of the apartment one and the ladder, but the whole talking using the shotgun at the end that is obviously but yeah, we definitely entered the era. I know somebody never did anything, but you know, the part of that we upload or something that also sort of we definitely entered the doppelganger era for horror. And it's not slowing down, it's advancing. And maybe it kind of started with the analog horror. It's not a new concept. You go way back. It's like older horror concept. It's really old. It's like myth folklore level horror. But it's one of the like, more popular culture and to be honest with the body cancer common thing. And a lot of horror being is that attitude. To make it possible, it's always kind of popular within the horror field as it managed to execute in a way that only video game can, and then you actually didn't feel like it gets concept. But it's also it's not a bad take on it whatsoever. The fact that they spend more time with them over like time, there wasn't like sort of huge discussion. Because right away we knew there was multiple obligations to it. But the fact that you only eliminate one at a time, and you spend time talking to them to see the inconsistencies of the story, I think is really bonus. At the same time, it's not a particular series. Obviously, the horror game is definitely more towards the B horror movie comedy aspect. The only two complaint I would have is that the endings are a little rough. The other endings are fine. The ending before and so like abruptly. It's like, yeah, meanwhile, it's going down to the end of that facility. And I guess it's you know, it's kind of sometimes it's not like a true hard joke, but it's like a partial one. It's like, oh, this is who is up. And then all of a sudden, you have that word with her. So I think there's like a little very kind of there's the two there. But yeah, anyway. Don't forget about the place off apartment. I'll see you guys later and take it easy. Hey everyone, this is Andrew Gadactor, and welcome to Minecraft Psychosis Remastered. Which, if you remember the original, was the horror game we had to provide a score for. So due to the popularity of that game, we got a remake, with new endings, new characters, and lots of candy. And what can the line is we can hold the best game in the world? Well, what? Not either. I don't want to be better than now on other news, reports including recent burglaries in our local neighborhood. Here's a specific Kirby piece is breaking into your home. We recommend Johnson you can see a door and goes along. We also have to dig in it. I don't feel like watching this film. Where's my mom? Wait, what is this? Oh, of course, that's what my mom. Happens all the time.
Games and feel the store franchise. Why not use the time to feel and wait patiently? what is happening here? Everything's blurry. It's like the evil kid. Where's that go? It's a good thing. Look at the... No, it's a good thing. The wall. No, it's a good thing. It's true. The streets are almost empty. Otherwise, because everyone gets the streets to get in. You can't move if you are. Like a puppet master with conclusion on the outside of the screen. But in reality, the puppet master is inside you. Eating, dry, reproducing, when you come into the big screen. But it's okay. You don't have to worry about it. Because from now on, at the time, you'll be one of it. You'll be one of it. You'll be beautiful. Yeah, I think you'll be beautiful. Yeah, I think so. It's just you even have to hold it. Get off anytime you want. Wait, what are you doing in the face now? Sorry? You're outside. Okay, so you should be outside about fucking face now. There's a force there. Oh, I'll come back to that. Wait, man, you go over here. You left already. I hope you will come back. Well, where was that? They left us inside the house. Roof strangers. What? The big cosmetic widow. Is this someone? If it just made it look like today I'm hosting a party. Everyone is coming here. To get that. I hope you're not listening to this in front of me. You know what? You know, when all of a sudden one of us sees one sometimes, oh, you know what? Oh no, it's just like, we don't know each other the second of these last week. Hey, you. Please, you have to let me in. Let's go. They're wandering everywhere. You didn't stop me. This is what you're doing on my phone. Hey, I can see you. Sure. Who are you? Why are you on my rooftop? Look, my neighbors know. I work for the TV company. I've done the neighbors roof 15 years now. It's on I'm screwed up.